And the alien has landed. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the late night special of the spaceship stream and the shout out to Bubbles the cat that has the zoomies that's getting excited and running around. And some things are going on before, and I am here now. And I'm going to switch over to the other window. Alright, so hello, everybody. Welcome. I am glad that some of you are seeing this as a rerun, some of you are seeing this live, and I appreciate everybody that participates in this. And hello, Matt. Good to see you. I'm glad that you're able to come. And also, what I'm doing is I'm going to show some. Well, you can see me a little bit better. All right, so that way people can see me a little bit better. And what I'm about to do is I'm about to play the game, as I usually do, and I am about to. I'm going to talk about the topics as I play the game, and then a little bit after the game, I'm going to do the thing with the. I will go through the articles and stuff like that, like I usually do. Sharks, debate, monoliths, steel, gaming. Alright, okay. Alright, I have everything in mind. The cat's using the potty box. Hello, Stranded. She said, hi, I was wondering if you were going live tonight. And he says, I'm happy I'm not the only one watching it live. Facts. Alright. Yeah, because I'm okay earlier. I wasn't feeling that great earlier, but I am better now. And also, another thing that happened was there's a situation with the weather. I was checking. Also, before that, the weather. I wasn't really sure how the weather was going to be. And the weather it's just been cloudy, but it's not going to be storming if the weather's being honest. And Mother Nature can be unpredictable. So those factors are the reasons why I wasn't too certain, but we're going to go through this. And also, it's contacting, it's the game, I'm setting it up. Alright. So see how this goes. And also, I want to let you all know about the strip, the plug strip. I am still going to. I was talking about it to some of my grandparents about it, and also, yeah. So basically, we concluded that there does need to be a new plug strip. We're gonna get a much better one. So it is possible there could be an issue with the stream like before, like yesterday. I mean, the other time, because it was taken out of the strip that was a little bit better, and it's in the other one. So just be warned, it could do what it did before, but I will soon get the better plug strip so we could work without any issues. So, yeah, so here we go. And also, we have Matt. Weather is never honest, it's a liar. Yes, Stranded. Yes, I am talking about that right now, actually. So as I play this game, I am going to talk about that that hilarious comedic nonsense that occurred. So basically what happened was the other night there was a debate, a presidential debate, and it gets even better because I put a short out about RFK and that he had a virtual debate. Yeah, Bubbles is playing with his ball. He's excited. And also, so basically, what happened was you had the potato, and you had the other one, the orange, and they had a duel. And basically, you had Trump talking about different things. They're asking them both questions, and CNN was very fair. He said, and I feel that they were fair to him, that they weren't really one extreme or another. And basically, what happened was they were going back and forth. And they're pointing the finger at each other, but I feel that Trump was very coherent, and he spoke well, and he talked about his debater. He talked about what he was going to do and criticism of his opponent, and also, according to the other side, the left, and everybody, it seems that on both sides agree that the potato didn't really he didn't do well at all, and he was like tripping on some words, and he was acting like a bumbling potato, and also like even Obama was a good orator and he was a good speaker, but this individual, he's just not all there, and I thought it was very good in the sense that it was good to see, and I think Trump did very well, and he was well spoken and good points, and also it's like as I say, like the lies, you can't hide the truth, like the truth just comes out. Oh yeah, Stranded, I totally agree. And also, I think everybody can see that there is a lot of wars going on, and there may be some of you watching, my subscribers that are in people, other people that may be on, may have different political opinions, and that is good to have diverse opinions. And I think that basically everybody can agree that, well, for whatever reason, people may have different reasons why, but there's high inflation, there's situations, there's wars everywhere, and everything's going downhill, and there's issues with the border, and the thing is that there's they're good hardworking people, but and I think Mexican people are very hardworking, and also the problem is you have people that could be very nefarious. I've seen from different live streams that from other parts of the planet, like that are coming through here, also Asia, and it's like you gotta see what's going on with that. So I think that very good points, and also I think that just Biden, to me, he didn't make any sense, and many people on like CNN was talking about Trump's points, and they were like they're concurring with what he was saying. And I think there was a time period where you had politicians, and they would you'd have, Democrat, Republican, and they would just both have a conversation and talk about the situation. And this other situation is not like that. And even if people that may not agree with Trump, they'll see that he acts coherent like the presidents did in the past on both sides, would have in theory would have acted. So I think that he shouldn't have been up there. The other guy, the potato, he shouldn't have been there. He should have been doing something else. And I think that they're the radical on that side. And as I said, it was very interesting, very entertaining, and I was in a couple of different watch parties, and yeah, it was intense, and I also will talk about RFK. Yeah, Strand says exactly. Even the extreme are freaking out right now. Yeah, exactly. And also because I've seen that people in Obama's administration were talking about it, and that that Biden didn't really do good with it, and also I've seen some people in the Obama administration. Hey, DeLeon, good to see you, buddy. I'm doing good, and the chat can answer how they're doing. And right now, DeLeon, we're talking about the presidential debate, and also, and things like that at the moment. And you could join in and chat about your opinions about it. Like, if you saw the debate last night, DeLeon, I'd be interested to know your thoughts about it. It was a really interesting show, and also, I think that it is good to focus on different issues, like what's going on with the country. Like sometimes, when you're debating somebody, you don't take personal shots at people, and I think it's irrelevant like if people do this or that, like you gotta go by policies and things that are going on. That's what RFK said in his like reaction to it. I'll tell you all about that in a moment. And hey, Shecky, good to see you. Welcome. And also, very interesting debate last night, and it's good to focus on the issues and the problems and stuff like that. And like, yeah, so I remember I saw an article a little while back that Obama was critical about the border situation. He was saying at one point, but they could flip flop and say different things. And so what my point is that you have different factions of both parties. Both parties have their different factions. They have extremist factions on both groups. And on the thing I'm more focused on is on the other group. Yeah, they seem like they have some people doing some nefarious things, and I think that it's definitely showing. Like they went, like as I said, people on the current group are criticizing them, like and also what Matt's saying. Bill Clinton and George Bush are both younger than Joe Biden. Fun fact. Well, thank you for that fun fact. That makes sense. And like, you know, you have a situation where you used to have, because in our country you have elections, and it's good to have different groups and different opinions. It's not like North Korea or these totalitarian countries, and people can have their different political opinions. I think it's important, and you're going to have healthy discussions about it. And so there may be people that may disagree, like with what I think, but I think it's good to be civilized and talk about the different things. And I think it was just, back in the day, things were very different. Like I remember I saw the Romney Obama debate. I've seen, a couple different things, and it's just there's a point where you go so far left or whatever, or right hypothetically too, you just fall off the face of the earth. And right now, the other side, they're falling off the face of the earth, and they're panicking. A lot of people, and even Kamala Harris was saying that they're falling off the map. Like, she didn't say that. That's something I said, but she said that it was a slow start. And Strain had said, I think it was wrong they didn't allow RFK to debate. I think anyone running should be included. The people have a right to hear all sides, make an informed decision. Absolutely. And basically, because this is what RFK did. And, like, my family, for instance, they liked, like, when JFK was in office, because, I obviously have relatives that were alive then. They like JFK, and also basically they had this situation where hey DeLeon, I'm about to tell you that in a moment, DeLeon. And so basically what happened was RFK, he had a virtual debate, and I made a short about it. So basically RFK was saying how, like, he had his debate like in California, and on X, Twitter, Elon Musk allowed it to be streamed there. And so they had a TV screen of the debate on CNN. And also what they were doing was, with CNN, they were like, there's a copyright possibility because they're playing CNN's content and streaming it. But like, so he was standing at a podium, and he was standing there, and he was like, they would have like them both talked, and he would say his situation about the country, and it kind of reminded me of like a reaction video like us YouTubers do. And like he was saying, like, say Trump was right about the border, or Biden was wrong about this, or they're both wrong about this other situation. And something he pointed out is that they both were talking about different things, and they're like pointing the finger at each other, and there's other topics they needed to cover. And like, he doesn't, like, RFK was saying he doesn't believe in the lockdown, and like, he didn't think it was necessary at all, the lockdown. And DeLeon, I believe I said this earlier, but I hope you're doing okay. You could share it with us how you're doing. And also, I am doing good. Earlier I wasn't feeling that well, but I'm back like a zombie. Like, it comes back from the dead. And also, I was suspicious about the weather. I told you earlier because I messaged you before I went live, and I'm doing good. I was doing stuff. I was taking care of the cats and watching the trial, and basically what happened was at the Karen Reed trial. It's been 21 hours, and they still haven't found a solution. They haven't found the truth yet. Well, they haven't found a verdict yet, and it's like the whole day we're staring at a spinning fan, and we're all like chilling in the chat and talking. It's hilarious, and we make friends with the fan. We're guessing how many blades we see because one of them said there's four, and because Ellie asked me, and I said I see 20 fans, and and then they played earlier outside Karen Reed trial, and they showed people with posters of her and protesting about her, and they had some lady making a charismatic speech about her, and I think she's not guilty from what I've seen, in my opinion. So other people may disagree with me, but basically, that's what I was doing. And I saw my grandpa earlier. We had a little conversation. I helped him bring some waters upstairs, and I am just like here streaming, and I'm enjoying nature, and the gardens are doing well. So yeah, a combination of those things, I am doing good, and that's what I've been up to. And De Leon, I've been watching the trials and stuff like that. I'm about to get to y'all's chats, and also, De Leon, I did not know you're in Alabama. That's really cool. Or you may have told me, and I forgot. So thanks for the reminder. And that's cool. You're detailing boats. That's awesome. And Stranded says JFK was the last Dem that actually worked for the country. Yeah, I agree. And Mary says she likes Jimmy Carter. I'm not talking about politics. Yeah, Mary Toodles doesn't do politics, and that's okay. But over here, we're doing our political thing, and so he told us last week. Oh, okay, that's cool, awesome. I just the I must have had the meteorites of getting in my vision, and I didn't see that. I'm so goofy. And I'm gonna say thank you, DeLeon, and I'll say a shout out to you for being here and everybody else. And thank you, DeLeon, for being here. And also, you're talking about Fancy Friday last time. I remember Fancy Friday. I enjoyed doing that with you all those years ago, and now we're doing streaming Fridays. Hey, that's an idea, Matt. Hey, that's an idea. And that's tempting. You know how I am. And also, basically, so yeah, DeLeon. I told yeah. Thank you, DeLeon, thank you for a shout out. And yeah, so basically, yeah. So RFK, he had his virtual debate, and also a situation happened where he went and he was it was on X Twitter, and he was saying that he had the right credentials to be in the debate actually, but the corporations and CNN were conspiring against him. And his family is well known in politics, and they have a history. JFK was a famous president. Yeah, I would have liked to have seen RFK on the stand, and I think that he should have been in the debate, in my opinion. And yeah, it was just a wild show. They both were going back and forth at each other, and it was just real comedic to watch. And there's a lot of issues with the country, and there's a lot of division that needs to be. We need more unity over division, because unity is strength in the walk in life with dignity. Hey, good to see you. Rome, good to see you. And I'll say the full word. And I'm not too quite sure. I know you. That's one of my friends. Rome Hodrill. I think I said it right. Yeah, he's one of my friends from the Law and Crime chat, the trial chat. Yeah. So, and they haven't found the verdict yet for Karen Reed. And with YSL, they're off until Monday, but they had some earlier. They had some much earlier, around 9 o'clock this in my time, or 8 o'clock or something like that. They had a stream about a hearing about some of the other YSL members, and I didn't completely see the. I didn't know it was on, but I would have seen it if I knew it was on. But it comes on Monday. But yeah, that's been a very wild one. We've been chilling in there and with the others and having some funny conversation. That's wild, especially with Woody on the stand. It's hilarious. And yeah, so yeah, a very interesting situation. Shout out to you. Yeah, so the debate was really just it was a wild show to watch, and there's a lot of a lot of cringe, and hopefully the America could get together and a lot of these wars and stuff can be fixed. That are going on in the country. Joanne. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's an idea. That's an idea. Yeah, right now I'm the pirate outfit is had to dry off because it got wet. It got wet on the seas. All right. All right. So Matt says just stop by. Stopped in to say hi. I'm already in bed. Y'all have a great weekend. Okay, Matt. Thank you. Joanne's the name. Okay, thank you. Yeah, cause okay, so yeah, that's your name. Cause I remember you told me before, and yeah, I thought it was something else, but okay, Joanne. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I didn't. I thought it was. I thought it was Jonah, but it's Joanne. Okay, mix up on my end. All right, thank you. Yeah, and I'm Hans, as you know. So basically, some while. So hopefully these wars can end that are going on over in Europe and these different places. Because the past 4 years has been a lot of wars, and the United States has been seeing a lot of inflation, and I never saw in my life. I never really heard about a president where like he runs for another term after he was already there. So that was pretty interesting to see. To see this historical event happen. And as we get throughout the year, it's going to get more and more intense. And with the trial stuff, we, as you know, Joanne, there's some more stuff to see. And with Woody at YSL, they're still, as far as I know, they're still having administrative work disputing about Woody as a witness. And it was real funny earlier at the other one. It was like a small hearing they had with a different judge, and he said it's taken y'all as long as it made God that made Adam to get this done. So no. And I heard that one. That was funny. And what I do is I do this over a period of time, and then I go into the different topics. And also, I've not seen or really heard much about. I know about independent candidates, but like someone like RFK that's real prominent, and with that history for him to come up, it's very interesting to see that. And you're just seeing historical things unfold. Yeah, typos happen. Yeah. And today I was watching the cats. I have these a couple different groups of cats where I'll have this one group where they will they're in different like in this cat enclosure they're in different areas and I bring them together and they play with each other and they go into these different another room behind the other one. It's like these big cages and but they're they're cat friendly and also it's like they're like miniature apartments and they go into the back part and they will have a good time and just kind of like eat the food or just hang out in the other area. Some of them like to wrestle wrestle around. Yeah, WrestleMania. I call it mania. Yeah. I haven't put up shorts about that yet, but I will. And like ET, this cat, I call ET the alien cat. He is this wiry orange cat, and you'll climb on top of the cages like Mission Impossible. There's a movie Mission Impossible. There's also a TV show Mission Impossible that was a sequel. The movie's a sequel and a continuation of the movie. I mean, of the TV show. Although there's conflict about that because Peter Graves did not see himself as a traitor, and so he didn't play the role of Jim Phelps. So some people are saying like because John Voight played that role, so somebody stole the identity of the original Jim Phelps and deleted the whole group. So yeah, that's why he didn't play that role, so it makes things a little bit awkward. But yes, the Tom Cruise Mission Impossible is like a sequel to the TV show from the '60s, '70s, which I believe was the '60s, but I want to look that up to make sure. That's funny. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Absolutely, it's definitely like that. And like what RFK was saying, how they were kind of like attacking each other, but they also would focus on the issues of the country because they'll get into this like the divorce. They'll have like a divorce moment where they they'll go and like fight each other, and it was like that with Hillary and him. They'll get it gets very heated. But I understand, and hopefully as the future goes on, there's more people can have a focus on more issues and things like that. And also, I like the the face. I remember in the bite into the potato, he'll make these like his eyes get all real big, and then Trump makes these like yeah, it's funny. It's real. It's a clown show. Yeah, but there's a lot of people coming through, and they shouldn't be. They should. We should have the the country get itself back together. But everybody on the Democrat side, all the different like people in the CNN and stuff like that, they're all freaking out and panicking over what happened. And I remember I was reading that Obama was having apprehension. He was nervous about the election. And as I said, like Obama was a very good orator, a good speaker, but this the other one, I think he needs to maybe get some in the basement. He needs to get his ice cream or something and take it easy. And but I don't know why they're putting him up there and doing all that with him. Yeah, but I understand from your perspective. It's definitely like that. And I remember like looked at things at the Soviet Union when I was growing up, and I know exactly what you're talking about. And I saw a video recently, and like I saw two things. I saw like Putin will have his meeting with his. It looks like a group of like henchmen at like a at a table, and also what happened was you'll. It kind of looks like that, but he was saying the trials and stuff they're putting Trump under makes Trump look better and it puts him in a better position. And then what happens is he goes and he'll most likely win over Biden, he was saying, but he'll work with whoever the American people elect. And then he was also mentioning about, which he feels that the sovereignty of Russia was threatened. He would use nuclear weapons. And he says this often, and then sometimes he'll say that if if there wasn't any nuclear weapons, like he won't use nuclear weapons, and sometimes he says there'll be nuclear weapons. It's like, and I understand there's a war, and he feels that NATO may be being aggressive and trying to push themselves over there and cause a problem. And I don't know why because before we had a lot of peace in the world, and there's all this chaos and wars everywhere. And but yeah, just so he's talking about that, and it's although Russia is not a communist country anymore, as you all know, and but it's a lot like the Cold War Part Two, over different circumstances. And Trump gets in. Hopefully, he can go like he said to go and end this conflict. And remember the faces Biden would make at him. Yeah, and yeah, it was intense. Yeah, and the whole world is watching this. It's China's watching it. Everybody's watching it, and it's like an episode of Family Feud. And I've heard of Family Feud as a TV show, but I don't really know. I don't quite remember. But if that is a thing, that's what everybody witnessed yesterday. Stranded, I agree. There's talks that he's going to be replaced. I agree. It is elder abuse, absolutely. And he was saying about, uh, Brandon was saying about how Trump was not coherent, and then he said he's actually coherent, and also he took a test and he proved that he was coherent. Took a couple of tests, but I said Trump was well spoken, like Obama was well spoken. Trump is very well spoken. Well, they both are well spoken, and if the Democrats had a side where they were, coherent and had a good speaker, a good leader, or something, or like somebody that could, speak for them, that'd be interesting to see. Hello, One Ranch, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Ah, that's all one. Yeah, Joanna, that makes sense. And also, chat and Stranded, if y'all have any opinions about the CNN and these different people on the Biden side panicking about the situation, I'd be interested to see y'all's thoughts about that, about how they're panicking over it. And I think that it's it's a it's a really interesting thing to see that, and it would be nice to people to see the different perspectives. And like Obama had anxiety about it, and like people were making jokes that Joe Biden's medicine may have worn off, and I think that people with different political opinions, we should come together and have civilized conversations about these things. And I'm like open to different discussions. Like I wouldn't take personal shots or anything. And if I was wrong about something, I can reconsider my position. Exactly, Joanna. Yeah, he's like a vampire, like a Nosferatu. I like that movie, Nosferatu. Yeah, he's not the youngest guy. Yeah, I agree, and Trump is the youngest guy. Yeah, absolutely. Now his voice, when I was hearing his voice, I've heard his voice in the ad campaigns and stuff you'll have on YouTube, but like his voice, it reminded me of like when he was younger, for some reason. Because I remember, like he had commercials and stuff he had, and yeah. But as I said, uh, he, they're both up there. I do agree with that. And but I remember like he had these. He talked for years. They talked to him about running for office. Like on Oprah, they talked about it when he was very very young. And he said if the country was in trouble, he would go and do it. And he said that he wishes he could see better results. And what's with him and sniffing here? All right, so basically about that, and I was around when the memes are coming out about that on Twitter. So he kind of like will goes up to people, and also I've seen allegedly he seems like from what I've seen young and old or whatever. He goes up to him. He goes kind of like he goes up to their hair and he kind of like sniffs for a second and then he kind of pulls back. And yeah, that's what he does. Like young and a little too young, and I don't know if he smelled some perfume or he some shampoo or something. But yeah, that's something I've seen, and they have these memes where you'll have like a guy like kind of like bending over, and they'll put the meme of the guy kind of like going behind him and sniffing. It's kind of funny. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. I don't know. I agree. I don't know. I've questions too. And Strand says DJT was absolutely correct. Putin and Hamas wouldn't think of making a move if we had a strong leader in military. Exactly. And also about that, like people understand it's like the Hamas, they attacked. Hey Casimirio, buddy, good to see you, man. And basically, I totally agree with you, Stranded. He basically, we have to have a strong leader in there because Hamas and those groups wouldn't have done those things to, Israel. And it's like, I think that it was, both wars. Now, we have not seen Taiwan. We have not seen, I was about to say Japan. Japan's not doing anything anymore. We're not in 1940s anymore. But we have not seen China attack Taiwan. And basically what happened was with Ukraine and Hamas, yeah, absolutely. That we had a strong leader in there, they wouldn't have done that. Yeah. Because whatever, as I said, if we had a strong Democrat leader, that would be good. If like the Democrats had a strong leader, that would be good. Like I'm not just saying our side to just have a good leader. Like I would hope both sides would have good candidates. Like I was looking at pictures earlier of like when Obama was having the peaceful transition to Trump's side, and that there's pictures of him and Trump being civilized together, and they had a conversation on the phone. They had a good conversation when Trump was inaugurated, and he had a good conversation where they went out and like in the they had like they televised like when they were meeting with each other, and the different presidents met Trump and stuff. And I like that. I like seeing the different sides being peaceful with each other and civilized, and the transition of power. I like that. And it's good about America. And like you can elect a leader, and I understand if there was like a king that did great and you had them for generations like Europe had. I think that would be cool to have in theory. But I think America's system is very good. Like King George III said that George Washington was the greatest man to ever live because he was able to give up his power and give it to somebody else. And I would like America to still continue a system. Saying that, I do agree that he was a strong leader, and some people think that he was, Trump was rude or he was kind of like a Karen or something. But like, say if like somebody was going to hurt somebody, you would want somebody like that, in theory, because if someone's going to do something bad to somebody, somebody like that would be a force to reckon with over somebody that would try to cower away. Hilarious, Joanna. Hilarious. Hello, Primal Primal. Good to see you, buddy. How's Gizmo? And y'all are saying some interesting things. I'm going to get to that. I'll scroll up a little bit. What's that with... Yeah, I mean, answer that. He's a creep. There's age minimum to run for president. Why can't there be a maximum age? I agree, Mary. I agree. And my bro Kaz says, true stranded. We need to get rid of NATO, and AIPAC needs to completely eliminate the funding. Yeah, and all yeah, and also he says hi everyone, and got my new profile picture. Yeah, that's awesome. I like your new profile picture. It's awesome. And gee, your hair smells terrific. Okay, Stranded says, I think the debate put a glaring spotlight on how 46 mental decline really is, and now the cultists are figuring out they backed the wrong horse. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And One Ranch said, and I'm glad that you're here, One Ranch. I was just on a live. You want to invite? Do I want to invite? I don't like people to come here that yeah Billy okay, yeah, Billy, you could bring people here if you'd like. That's pretty cool, thanks, if that's what you meant. And they can rename the Hoover to the Brandon and the Biden completely. You need to get rid of the OPC too. And also he said sorry he's late. That's okay, it's good to see you. And oh, Billy, and hi Prim, turning guns. Everybody's just greeting. I have ranch. It's all right. Okay, I'm all caught up with everybody. Okay, shout out to all of you. I appreciate all of you here chilling with me, and I really appreciate y'all's support. And it's a very interesting conversation. And soon I'm going to go to the other topics. I'm going to go to the articles and stuff, and talk about the topics and show you our articles. And also with Steel at YSL, he has been doing good being Steel. And also he has been, defending Jeffrey Williams, but there hasn't been anything new with him. He's just been doing his thing. And the judge is very suspicious. But the thing that I'm more focused on is Karen Reed. I'm going to slightly change the title, actually. Right, Stranded. Right. Because that's the thing. That's the key. And, I thought, when I saw him when I was a kid growing up, I saw him in Home Alone. I thought he did good. And good Christmas memories. And also, during a Christmas holiday when I was a kid, I would see him on The Apprentice. Mary Toodles used to watch The Apprentice. I think that's what it was called. And I used to see him, and he would sit at it he was sitting at this judgment seat, and he was like, "You're fired." Yeah, he was funny. But yeah, but it's someone like that. You got these people like Putin, and he's casually just talking about nuclear weapons. He's going to go shoot these nuclear weapons, and he's just maybe not no nuclear weapons. Maybe he dreams of nuclear weapons. Maybe he does this with nuclear weapons. Maybe he does that with nuclear weapons. Maybe he's full. I mean, I like nuclear weapons too. I'm not I understand. I think nuclear weapons are nice too. I studied about rocket science. I like studying about the warheads and stuff. I think they're nice too. So it's something. And I think as I said, with Russia, it's not a communist country anymore. I'm not against Putin or anything, but I'm just what I'm saying about the nuclear stuff. When you're dealing with people like that, or Xi Jinping, and the Chinese communists. When you're dealing with people like that, you got to have a guy in there that's going to be able to handle that, and that a leader that they're going to respect. Or Kim Jong Un, he's even more out there. You know, you can't show weakness. You got to be strong with them. Yeah, shout out to your horse. That's so cool. And like as I said, it's like not a communist country anymore, and it's similar to like how it was. Which you all know this, of course, but I'm just going to talk about. So in 1917, there was a communist revolution where Lenin and the other people went over and they took it over, and they held them hostage over there, and they had the Iron Curtain, and then they expanded a little bit after World War II and to East Germany because then they defeated Hitler, and then they spread it into China and these different places, and Russia, took off the yoke of communism, and they brought back the Russian Federation. So they had the double-headed eagle of the Tsar, and which I'm not saying the Tsar was perfect or the Tsardom was perfect or anything, but they seem like in Russia a lot of people like the Tsar, and they're saying that he helped their economy. Some people didn't like him, but some people did like him. But yeah. So, and some people in America I've talked to, maybe other places. I'm not saying people don't have to like Russia. It's different than America and the West. It is different. And like back then, they thought the Tsar was kind of like that. They didn't think he was like maybe like the Westernized enough. But like he wasn't like a communist or anything. He wasn't like. I guess he was like similar to Putin. I guess. And I would have to go and like study this. Like I studied a lot, but like I would have to go and compare and contrast. But yeah, so that's basically what they did. They're not a communist country anymore. But as I said, that doesn't mean that they're a great, like, it's not necessarily an enemy or whatever. They're like Western. They're similar to. They're not the same exact thing like the West is, but I don't think it necessarily would be an enemy. But if people think I'm wrong, they could go and correct me. And that it's a Christian Orthodox country, but the Soviet Union had eras where it was a Christian. They were more friendly towards Christianity. Like they kept those churches and those cathedrals there. I mean, they were supposed to demolish all of them, but then they changed later. I'm glad they kept them because these people want to go and destroy everything. Like, and they deleted the Russian royal family. They had some other things that were not nice to the other Russians that were against their regime. But then it calmed down at some point. So yeah, it was pretty rough. Oh, the possum. Well, the little tiny ones are called micro gym. It's a micro gym, and they have these and I guess now he's a little older. For now, he'll be medium gym.
Junior gyms.
Yeah, junior gyms. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, but a medium gym, but he's a junior gym. Yeah. Yeah, Billy, that sounds like a lot to manage. Yeah, 3 farms. Nice, Billy. It's good. You're doing that, Billy, and that's very lucrative. And that's, it's good that you're going out and trying that out. I know farmers. I know on YouTube I know some farmers, and I've learned a lot about farming myself. And it's a good business, but it's very hard, and it could be like I know people that have like chickens and stuff shipped to pilgrims and to cooks, and sometimes there's some shady stuff that goes on, and sometimes they try to shortcut the farmers and things like that. But oh yeah, it's a very I think farming is really cool. It's very important. That's a good name for him. I'll name him Scrappy. Right? Yeah, that's a good name for him. Brisket barbecue. I've not heard that. Thank you, Casimirio. Yeah, because I saw the Mary Toodles sent me about it. There's another monolith that was found over there in Colorado. Yeah, thank you. All right, now we're gonna get into the articles. All right, and I like the crowd. It's a good crowd. All right. All right, now what I'm about to do is I'm about to go and we're going to get this over here and we're going to go open up the other window and then we're going to go over here and do this. And then we're going to go down here, we're going to go over there. Shout out to the spaceship cats. Okay, thank you. Joanna, thank you. Yeah, so shout out to the spaceship cats. Yeah. All right, and I'll get to y'all's chats in a moment. And I am, yeah, so we're going to go into some of these different things I'm talking about. Okay. Yeah, shout out to Amanda. Hello, Amanda. Good to see you. All right, so we'll bring up some images of the debate. All right. Yeah. So this is the this is them when they were debating. That's them debating, and you see how wild Biden looks and Trump's look. It's hilarious. All right, so you have them over here, and then you have the situation where, and I'm going to get to y'all's chats in a moment. You know, you have all these different faces they're doing, and you know this is as you all saw last night. This is them. They're going back and forth about it. I'm about to see what y'all are saying, and thank you for the suggestions about the books, Joanne. Thank you. And also, Stranded says, although CNN opening statement about 4 years ago, a car full of food was $100. Now it's $120. Either trying to gaslight, or dude has zero clue about how much groceries cost now. Yeah, exactly. They're out of touch. And I just copied the absurdity best that I produced the absurdity. Facts. Facts, Billy. Copy the absurdity best. That's how I produced the absurdity. And we got, you'll not out chef me by any means. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Very good chef you are. Leon, the orange one. I saw two boys as Joe Biden and Trump. It was awesome. All right, all right. Yeah. So, yeah, that was them, and they caused the national national hysteria. Now we're going to read this, okay? Go to CNN. Biden's disastrous debate pitches his reelection bid into crisis. This is from the CNN. And if Joe Biden loses November's election, history will record that it just took 10 minutes to destroy a presidency. It was clear political disaster was about to unfold as soon as the 81-year-old commander in chief stiffly shuffled on stage in Atlanta to stand 8 feet from ex president Donald Trump at what may turn out into the most fatal presidential debate in history. Objectively, Biden produced the weakest performance since John F. Kennedy and Richard Nixon started the transition of television and televised debates. I'm okay. In 1960, then as on Thursday, in a television studio with no audience, minutes into the showdown hosted by CNN, a full blown Democratic panic was underway at the idea of heading into the election with such a diminished figure at the top of the ticket. Biden's chief debate coach, Ron Klain, famously argues that while you can lose a debate at any time, you can only win in the first 30 minutes. By that standard, President's showing was devastating. The ton of the tone of the evening was set well before the half hour. It is too early to say how voters will respond and whether the president can rescue himself, but Biden barely bet Trump in key battleground states in the middle of a pandemic in 2020. His approval rating was below 40% before the debate, when he was, at best, neck and neck with his rival in the polls. It would only take a few thousand voters to desert him to put Trump back in the White House. There has been no public sign that Biden is unable to fulfill the duties of the presidency, which include, though, decisions on national security. He has just returned from 2 grueling foreign trips, for instance, but on Thursday's evidence, his ability to communicate with the country and even to sell his own vision for a second term is severely compromised. If the debate was the president's best chance to turn around a tight race with Trump, which has him in deep peril of losing re-election, it was a failure. Biden ended the night with the Democratic Party in crisis, with serious conversations taking place behind the scenes among senior figures over whether his candidacy is now sustainable 2 months before the Democratic National Convention. The president aimed for an immediate rebound at the post-debate rally in North Carolina Friday, appearing rested. He became my place, President. He appeared rested, and the president aimed to immediate rebound in a post-debate rally in North Carolina Friday, appearing rested, defiant, and animated, in what was a clear attempt to quiet a storm of questions about whether he should shelve his re-election race. I know I'm not a young man to state obvious, Biden told a crowd that chanted 4 more years, 4 more years. The president added, I don't walk as easy as I used to. I don't speak as smoothly as I used to. I don't debate as well as I used to. Biden went on raising his voice, but I know what I know. I know how to tell the truth. I know right from wrong, and I know how to do this job. I know that millions of Americans know when you get knocked down, you get back up. I agree when you get knocked down, you get back up. And even if somebody is going to lose or going to do something, they're not going to succeed, it's good to try a risk anyway. And Biden was known, criticized for being the youngest, the second elected to be the youngest in Congress. And if it's the Senate, y'all could correct me. But now he's criticized for being the oldest. That is a funny paradox right there. And it's as I said, it's not. It is you do need to be coherent as a president, but it's also certain policies that have been causing the world problems. And as I said, if a Democratic candidate, a president, was good at keeping us out of war like this, I remember, like I think from that time period when Obama was there, he wanted to keep us out of conflicts. Y'all could correct me if that's wrong. And that was good if he wanted to keep us out of conflicts. If there's a good Democrat president, that's great. If there's a good Republican president, that's great. The key thing is America and the Western world have a strong leader. And those other Eastern countries where they have Russia and you have China and you have these other groups, and North Korea especially, you got to have a strong leader. Like during World War II, when they wanted a strong leader to stand behind when Hitler was rising to power, and they had the King of England, and he had a stuttering issue, like myself, like him. Like when I was growing up, I would have some stuttering issues, but I'm much better now. And and he was able to do it, and there was a strong leader the world stood behind in that conflict. So it's important to have a strong leader. It's good for Germany to have a strong leader. It's good for every country to have a strong leader. I think everybody could agree on that. But for enemies of the United States in the West, including Germany, it would be good for us to have a strong leader because it's like you got, the Hamas, you got Putin, you got all these different groups that are going all over the place. I want to get to y'all's comments. It was just that I was focusing on reading the article at that moment. And we're going to go there instead. Okay. And yeah, I'm here. Yeah, okay, good. I have a kitchen that is sort of broken. No time it is. I heard they were roasting each other. Yes, they were roasting each other. Primal. They were roasting each other. It was intense. They were. Absolutely right. It's good to see you too. Facts, Billy. Thank you. It's not his first rodeo. And Rom, I see that too. It's hilarious. I saw it too, yeah. And also, be right back. He says, I'm just kind of reading through y'all's comments. You're telling me it's too much. And Rom says, it really killed me, by the way. Death by Laughter has its own Wikipedia page. Oh, wow, yeah, because I've laughed really hard before. I'm really upset her GD, yeah, that's funny, Billy, alright. And then back and forth, Hilly must be getting her back. Hilarious. I have to go for the night. I need to take care of Gizmo. Okay, shout out to Gizmo, and Primal, shout out to you, dude. See you on the next one. Thank you for coming. Cool. And also, Primal and Gizmo's a cool YouTube channel. Y'all should subscribe to. He's cool, and he has a cool tortoise and his pet tortoise on his YouTube channel. I highly recommend his channel. And Amanda, good to see you. I'm glad that you're here. And we're going to talk about the hammerheads in a little bit. The hammerhead sharks, like I said I would. And also, I am glad that you're able to make it and be with us. And I'm glad for all the engagement, all the viewers that are watching. There's quite a few people watching. And I'm thankful for all of you people tuning in. And Also, I'm going to talk about RFK, and I'm going to talk about the Karen Reed trial and the YSL one, and I could move on to the other things. In the monolith, I'll talk about the monolith after this one. All right. And I did a video about this, but I haven't released the video yet. Okay, in theory, you would have this. You would have like a debate would have in theory looked like this. Yeah, we're going to talk about that after I talk about this. I'm going to talk about RFK, then I'll move to the monolith in Colorado. All right, so this is in theory what a debate would have been shown as if RFK would have been there, and I think he should have been there. Thank you, Amanda. And I had a JFK was a good president. All right, so now we're going to go over to this article. Right here. There it is. It's exactly from the video that I did. That it has not been released yet. Robert Kennedy didn't make the debate stage, but he answered the same questions during a rival event. All right. And I do believe Wall Street, can be nefarious. I believe, I do. I do think that, Joanne. I do think that, and also, in my opinion, basically, the independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. wasn't with his best known rivals, President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump, when they debated Thursday in Atlanta. But Kennedy responded in real time to the same questions about inflation, COVID-19 response, and abortion that were posed to Biden and Trump in an unusual live stream on the social platform X, which was originally called Twitter. Host John Stossel kept Kennedy's answers to the same strict time constraints imposed on the other candidates. Standing alone on a stage in Los Angeles, Kennedy opened his event, dubbed The Real Debate, by accusing CNN host of the main contest of colluding with Republican and Democratic parties to keep him off. This is something that's important for our democracy because Americans feel like the system is rigged. Kennedy said during his opening remarks, "This is exactly the kind of merger of state and corporate power that I'm running to oppose." Okay, Stranded. Yeah, I understand. You could go whenever you're ready. I know it's extremely late. The time is, as I say, quite abnormal in a certain sense. But I do like late night streams. But it's not like it's 7 o'clock when 8 o'clock, whatever. But then again, at the same time, it's a smaller group of people here. The chat would have been going all like a speedometer. It'd be spinning around. So, in some sense, there's pros and cons to it. But anyway, I like early streams too. They're nice when I'm able to do them. I did a phone live. It was around 9:50. That was the earliest phone live I did at night. So I look forward to doing more like that. It's around that time. All right. Aside from the live streamed response to the debate, Kennedy has nothing on his public schedule for the coming weeks, nor does his running mate, philanthropist Nicole Shanahan. After a busy spring hopscotch the country for a mix of political rallies, fundraisers, and non traditional campaign events, Kennedy appears to be taking a breather. Kennedy's absence from the main debating stage and the campaign trail carries a risk for his insurgent quest to shake up the Republican and Democratic dominance of the U.S. political system. He lacks the money for a firehouse of television commercials, a fire hose, rather, of television commercials, and he must spend much of the money he does have to secure ballot access. Public appearances are a low cost way to fire up supporters and drive media coverage. He needs to stay relevant. That's him. You know, you can see in the eyes, he looks like JFK in the eyes. And also his father, too. They had like a lemonade stand and they had some different things like that. Kennedy says he can't win unless voters know he's running and believe he can defeat Biden and a Democrat, and Trump a Republican. That problem will become increasingly acute as the debate, followed by the major party conventions in July and August, push more voters to tune into the race. Still, Kennedy has maintained a steady stream of social media posts, and he continues to sit for interviews, most recently with talk show host Dr. Phil. Mr. Kennedy has full schedule for July with many public events, mostly on the East Coast, and including one big rally. And Stephanie Spear, a Kennedy campaign spokesperson, we will start announcing the events next week. For Thursday debate on CNN, the network invited candidates who showed strength in 4 reliable polls and ballot access and enough states to win the presidency. Kennedy fell short on both requirements. He has cried foul about the rules, accusing CNN of colluding with Biden and Trump in a complaint to the Federal Election Commission and threatening to sue. Kennedy wasn't on stage, but his supporters had visible presence on the streets around the debate hall. And that's them protesting. Some Kennedy backers set up a lemonade stand a few blocks from the spin room where the press was gathered. A sign on the top of the stand read, CNN Lemons, Kennedy Lemonade. Others waved Heal the Divide signs. Not far away, Kennedy campaign bus blasted music. Desai, a 20-year-old student from Pleasanton, California, who supports Kennedy, said Kennedy's absence from the debate is a major hurdle for him to overcome. I don't think there's any way to get awareness if you're not on the debate stage, Desai said. I think it's pretty lethal blow not to be in this debate, and it would be detrimental not to be in the next. Still, Desai said he won't be dissuaded from voting for Kennedy even if he appears to be a long shot come November. I think this is probably the strongest I've seen an independent candidate in a while, so I'll give him that. Desai said, I think he's definitely doing well. His policies are strong enough to win. I just don't know if there is awareness. And it's important to have awareness. It's important to have ads run. You know, that's like the YouTube channel I have. I had ads that ran about my YouTube channel and brought people in. And also, independent and third-party candidates like Kennedy face supremely long odds, but Kennedy's campaign has spooked partisans on both sides who fear he will tip the election against them. Biden supporters worry his famous Democratic name and his history of environmental advocacy will sway voters from the left. Trump supporters worry his idiosyncratic views, particularly his questioning of the scientific consensus that vaccines are safe and effective, will appeal to people that might be otherwise vote for Trump. Chrissy Jones, 54, a holistic health and mindfulness coach from Glendora, California, worries people won't know Kennedy is running without him standing next to Biden and Trump at the debate, which she said he's still all over her social media feeds, and she's confident he's making himself visible. I do feel like he could still win if people choose to be courageous, she said. If all the people that actually want change voted for him, he would be in. People are asking for change. Until recently, Kennedy's website promoted a variety of events weeks or more in advance, including public rallies and private fundraisers. He held comedy nights with prominent comedians in Michigan and Tennessee, but since he went to June 15 premiere of a film on combating addiction, Kennedy has been dark, though he continues to promote person and virtual organizing events for his supporters. All right. I agree, Stranded. All right, now we're going to talk about the monolith. Some UFO stuff. Mysterious monolith appears in northern Colorado. People across the Front Range and beyond have been searching for answers after mysterious monolith of unknown origins popped up without warning in northern Colorado. A Reddit user posted in the Fort Collins subreddit saying they went to the structure. According to the user, people nearby claimed the structure was put up to mess with someone who lives in the area. This has not been confirmed. Lori Graves, the owner of the Howling Cove Cafe near the monument, said people have been coming into the shop asking about it. It was Sunday morning, she said, when someone and I told this thing to not do something, and it did it. Okay. Oh, okay. I am still here. I'm still here. I lost my place. I accidentally, because I told this thing to just go away, and this thing wants, you get these things popping up. That's, and it still wants to be there. All right. All right. So Lori Graves, the owner of the Howling Cow Cafe near the mountain, said people have been coming to the shop asking about the monolith. It was Sunday morning, she said, when someone came into the cafe and said, "Where is the monolith? Where's the alien monolith?" Graves also owns the land that the monolith is on, but doesn't know or who or what might be behind it. "I have an idea, but I almost don't want to ruin the mystery around it," she said. "I'm going to ask people." Right, this is another strange UFO alien monolith that has appeared over in Colorado, and also basically, it's there, and it could be from alien origin. It could be some pranksters. It could be some people doing an art project, or like the pyramids, or like those other things that were in existence. It was like that is okay. Why isn't it closing? Okay, reload. Okay, because I don't know, it was being goofy. Hello there. Yeah. So anyway, so the monolith is a thing that is there, and it may be from alien origin. It may be from some pranksters or someone doing an art project, but I think it's possible it could also be from extraterrestrial origin, like the pyramids, maybe. That they're all adjacent to each other, built at some time period where it was difficult to do something like that. So I do believe in the supernatural and aliens and stuff like that, obviously. So I do think it's an interesting thing that this could be some other thing that's going on. What you would need to put that thing there, and it's put there without anyone knowing about it. I think it's very fascinating. All right. So hello, Cyber Chick. Good to see you. Yeah, hi y'all. Happy Friday. FYI, Dr. Phil will be interviewing Robert F. Kennedy on Saturday, June 29th, tomorrow at 4 p.m. CDT on Dallas Mirror Network Channel 47 KTXD. Thank you, Cyber. Thank you for telling us about it. Stranded said something. I'm going to read it. Stranded said better rating if it's DJT versus 46. That's why they wouldn't give him a spot. Political debates are about giving a platform to let people know where a candidate stands on issues, not about ratings. Yeah, shame on CNN. Yes, I agree. All right, shout out to all of y'all being here. This is a really good crowd. Cyber, I was just thinking about you today and the other day. I'm like, I hope she comes. I hope she comes. Again, I had a feeling. Like, I've been having these feelings about some of y'all subscribers. Like, I was thinking about, like, Billy and some of these other people, and they'll show up. Because we're all, like, connected somehow. That's even more kind of science fiction. I have, like, a feeling something, and then they're there. So that's pretty cool. Shout out to the alien networks, the alien connection we all have. Other monoliths have popped up. This is not the first time mysterious and mirrored monolith has popped up unexpectedly. This month, a somewhat similar structure was found north of Las Vegas Valley over the weekend of July 15 and 16, according to KDVR's Nexstar partner station in Las Vegas. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department took it down on June 21. No confirmed connections have been made between the monolith in northern Colorado and the one near Las Vegas. A similar phenomenon happened in late 2020 when several monoliths were found across the world. After one appeared at random in a rural part of Utah. It is worth noting that the structure found near Bellevue is rectangular as opposed to the triangular shape seen in both a Las Vegas monolith and many of the 2020 monoliths. That's very interesting. So that's the thing about the monolith. Hello, Bumblebot. Wow, this is great. Hello, Bumblebot. That's great to see you here. shout out to all of y'all to this late night special. I appreciate it. All right, debate monoliths. I'm gonna change it to Karen Reed. Cybers says, "You're welcome. I enjoy your productions so much, Alien. Hey, Sarah, or it's Sarah with an H. Nice to see you, and Mary, fairy godmother to all the sweet kitty cats. Yeah. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, shout to Mary. Yeah. So, yeah, basically you have all of this. Yeah, this is the monolith, and it's incredible. The monolith that's appeared in Colorado. Yeah, and also, yeah, a cool monolith. It's just like this thing, as I said, it reminds me of those things from the pyramids or those other things, those other statues and stuff like that. Yeah, very, very fascinating. And like, what if aliens put them there? Like, that would be so fascinating. And I'm about to talk about Karen Reed. Okay. 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 It's on CNN. Well, this is big news. Hey, Sarah. Wow, wow. Well, this is a treat for me. All these people coming in. I usually have people come in all the time, but I'm seeing like even more faces, like everybody at one time coming together. This is awesome. Good to see you too. Yeah, thank you, Sarah. All right, so now we're gonna be talking about Karen Reed. I've been watching this live at Law and Crime, and like Joanne, if you're still here, you've seen the Karen Reed trial, and it's like they've been debating all day long, and there'll be no verdict, but they will go and show this fan all day long, which is fine. We all love the fan. We Law and Crime told us to tell the fan happy weekend, to have a nice weekend, and we did. And shout out to the fan. It's very peaceful. It keeps us cool. It's like such a nice fan. It makes us feel peaceful. And it's this nice white fan, and we made all kinds of jokes about it. And one of my friends she was saying how her sister was laughing at her for watching a fan for 6 hours, and it's like, hey, I mean, some may not understand, but we'll just laugh along because they don't understand what it's like to watch trials. Well, the sister wasn't being mean to her or anything. It was just like, yeah, it's kind of wacky from out of the place. And Ellie, she was telling me like, asking everybody like, how many fans do you see? And I'm just like, one of the Abe was like 4, and I said personally, I see 20 fans. I see 20 of them, and she thought it was hilarious. And she's saying 21. All right, so I was off by one, but yeah. Yeah, so we're gonna talk about Karen Reed, and then I'm gonna talk about the Sharks. I'll talk about the Sharks. And we've been getting a lot done. We've been, as I said, this is we've been doing really good. This is going really quick. Facts. All right. So judge orders jury to keep deliberating after it fails to reach an anonymous verdict in murder trial of Karen Reed. And that's her. Yeah, bet 5 get 50. 150. Woohoo. Woo. Yeah, shout out to baseball. Shout out to my friend. I had not the Adam that you all know on here, not Adam Leplinsky, but another Adam I knew from school. Shout out to him. He was a very good baseball player, and at school and stuff. And him and I like to talk about baseball. So shout out to that my friend Adam from school. And yeah, so anyway, that's Karen Reed, and that's her. And I got a rant about this before I get into this article. And John Pryor. By the way, John Pryor has his pasture with Cozy Cone for 350K, yet only verified buyers as he does not want crime ghouls to visit his real estate. Well, thank you for sharing that with us. Thank you for sharing that with us. Joanne, thank you. Yeah, well, yeah, I gotta understand that because we're all gonna like take a field trip over there. I know like Capri Law and us, we're all gonna like go over there and stalk him. Yeah. And yeah, so basically, AOC's cringy eyes. Yeah, so thank you for the update. All right, so basically, anyway, so I was saying that I think that with Karen Reed, and they didn't come with a verdict. So the both 3 days, it's like 21 hours, something crazy this whole week. They haven't come up with a verdict. And we're sitting there all day. Then she called and let the jury go back home. And then they come back the next day and they don't have a verdict. And she's getting kind of triggered. And they had some dispute that happened. DeLeon, good night. And shout out to DeLeon Auto Detailing. You can check out his channel. He has a very good channel. He does detailing on vehicles. And he puts it on YouTube. I've known DeLeon Auto Detailing since first grade. Like Joanne, I knew him since first grade. Hello, Kathy. Welcome. Good to see you. And Sarah says, one day AOC's pepper is going to pop out of the sockets. Oh. Funny. Yeah, so shout out to DeLeon Auto Detailing. I remember at school, him and I used to do Fancy Friday. We used to, and DeLeon and we used to dress up, like in suits and stuff, and I wear like a mafia type outfit, like with the hat and all. That was very cool. And so with Karen Reed, and as you know, like Kathy's there, like the jury, they haven't figured out a verdict yet, and they just keep on like deliberating. And my friends and I, we were watching it, and then what happens is that they're going to be off at 4:15, and everybody was on edge, and it was like it was very climactic, and everybody's on like attention, especially the people there and the families, but they just come back and say they have no verdict. So yeah, we were watching the fans spin, and watching the fans spin around, and then what happens is then we were seeing these other videos in this video log, and everybody was like, "What's going on here?" Because it's full of surprises. Because I think people are saying we're looking at this fan, And like, okay, well, then they were trying to, and then they were saying like law and crime is not like it used to be, and then they pulled it quickly. They're like as they were going and ranting about it, they're quickly just going and pulling up something else, and they showed these clips from earlier, and they showed outside of the trial, and Kathy remembers, you had all these people, and they're protesting for Karen Reed, and they had their posters of her, and they're standing outside. Yeah, and Kathy's saying it's crazy. They've got to catch the bus for. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And like they're all standing out there, and I think that she didn't do it, but these people they're really a big fan of her, and they're waving these American flags and stuff. And you had this one lady that I was gonna, I support Karen Reed as far as I know, and if people could refute me, they think I'm wrong, but like these people were taking it to an extreme. This lady had this charismatic speech, and I agreed with like that she was likely innocent and there's some corruption going on. But she was like, as I said, like I say this respectfully, but like Hitler or something. This lady was really going like really charismatic and very was talking really loud. And yeah, it was wild. It was wild. And also, Kathy marries my mom, and she's the one that she likes feeding the possums that you see in the shorts and stuff. So yeah, shout out to the possums. And also, earlier they were fed. The possums were fed earlier. And earlier, what I did was I watched the cats, and I watched these cats in this specific playroom where I brought them from across these different areas, and they're in these different sections, and I brought them together and I watched them, and they'll play around. And they'll go to this other back room where they have some. It's like a little lounging room they have because I bring them from the main one into the other one. So, because there's this other one, E.T. E.T., the alien cat, and he's in the back part, and then I bring his friends in and I watch them because they like to go and like play wrestle and stuff. And E.T. he climbs all the way up to the top of the cage. He's like Mission Impossible. He's like it's like watching wrestling. So it's very I had a good time with the cats earlier, and it's with the weather and all. It's like what I did was I went and I was able to. The weather was good, and earlier wasn't really feeling too well, but I got better, and I am all patched up, and here I am. And Kathy Smith says the possums are so cute. Yes, yes they are, and yeah, the monolithic statues are pretty wild. Yeah, yeah. Shout out to all of you here. I'm glad to have. This is a really nice treat, as I said, really nice treat to have everybody come together. And also, I'm going to read this article about Karen Reed, and then I'm going to move on to the Hammerheads. The Massachusetts judge presiding over the Karen Reed murder trial ordered the jury to continue deliberations. After the jurors sent a note Friday saying they could not reach an anonymous verdict, the 6-man and 6-woman jury in the trial of Reed, who is accused of drunkenly driving into her police officer boyfriend and leaving him to die in January 2022, informed the court shortly after the midday, saying, despite our exhaustive review of the evidence and our diligent consideration of all disputed evidence, we have been unable to reach an anonymous verdict. After hearing arguments from the prosecution and defense, Norfolk County Superior Court Judge Beverly Kenoe, I don't know if I'm saying that right. And I don't know if I'm saying that right. Kenoe, okay, asked the jury to continue deliberating. Lunch will be arriving shortly. When it does come, I'd ask you to clear your heads, have lunch, and begin your deliberations again. Kenoe told the jurors. Oh, yeah. Okay. After the judge's orders, the jury continued deliberating until shortly after 4 p.m. local time. Deliberations will resume Monday morning at 9 a.m. The judge announced the jury has been deliberating Reed's fate since midday Tuesday. The case has featured accusations of a vast police cover up, as well as allegations of improper conduct and sexist text messages from lead investigators. And there are some pretty bombshell moments in this trial. You had these moments where people will go and have this, like, you have these, detectives and these people in the stand, and then they'll make themselves look even worse. And Alexa Rose, a friend of, some ours, she's very concerned about, because she's up in that region where they have all this, activity with the corrupted police force and stuff over there. And yeah, it doesn't look, it's a tough situation. So I can imagine it's real difficult for the people that are doing these situations. And also, the prosecution and defense both weighed in on jury's note, asking the judge to consider different outcomes in her decision on the way to tell the jury. It is far, far too early in their deliberative processes to even consider giving them any kind of Tui Rodriguez instruction or anything close to that. Norfolk County Assistant District Attorney Adam Laley said, referring to a special set of Massachusetts insurrections that are read to a jury when jurors are unable to agree on a verdict. The note doesn't really indicate affirmatively that they can't come to a conclusion. It just says they haven't come to a conclusion through their deliberative process at the time. Alternately, defense attorney David Yunte argued the jury should be read the Tui Rodriguez criminal model instructions, indicating that they would like the court to proceed toward having a hung jury. The word exhaustive is the word I think that's operative here. He told the judge they are communicating to the court they've exhausted all manner of compromise, all manner of persuasion, and they're at an impasse. Hey, Essie. Man, it's been a while. Good to see you, bro. I'm glad to see you here along with everybody else. Man, this has really been a treat. Amen. I'm very blessed. It's nice to see you here again. And the jury said she weighed both counsel's views in deciding to send the jury back to deliberate a verdict in the controversial case. The Tui Rodriguez instructions were not read to the jury. Case law cautions against reading instructions prematurely. Reed, 45, pleaded not guilty to charges of second-degree murder, vehicular manslaughter while intoxicated, and leaving the scene of collision resulting in death. If found guilty of second-degree murder, Reed faces a maximum sentence of life in prison according to Massachusetts law. The body of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, was found bruised and battered in the snow on January 29, 2022, outside the home of a fellow Boston police officer in Canton, Massachusetts. Prosecutors have alleged Reed and O'Keefe, who had in all at times two, I'm not too sure what this word is, tumultuous relationship, got into an argument that night, and that she drunkenly backed into him and fled the scene, leaving him to die in the cold. What the constellation of the facts and evidence ineluctably demonstrates here is that the defendant drove her vehicle in reverse at 24.2 miles per hour for 62.5 feet, struck Mr. O'Keefe, causing those catastrophic head injuries, leaving him incapacitated and freezing him to death. Prosecutor Adam Laley said in closing arguments Tuesday. In contrast, Reed's defense has accused off-duty police inside the Canton home of fatally beating O'Keefe, dumping his body on the lawn, and then conspiring through fabricated evidence to false testimony to frame Reed. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a cover-up in this case, plain and simple. Defense attorney Alan Jackson said, "You surely say to yourself, I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe that could happen in our community. But sadly, over these past 8 weeks, you've seen it right before your eyes." The closing arguments represented the end of a murder trial that has garnered interest both local and widespread, including accusations of witnesses tampering, a federal probe into the investigation, and groups of pink-wearing supporters chanting to free Karen Reed. The prosecution's case also has been hampered by the series of missteps and unusual navigative practices, most notably a lead investigator in the case, Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor, admitted that he sent a series of sexist and offensive texts about Reed in a private group chat, calling her a whack job, mocking her medical issues, and commenting co-workers that he had found no nudes while searching her phone for evidence, CNN affiliate WCVB reported. Proctor apologized for the unprofessional comments on the stand, but the vulgar texts have been sharply criticized in and out of the court, including from the governor. It's completely unprofessional, Governor Mara Haley told WVB of the text. It does harm, frankly, to the dignity and the integrity of the work of men and women across the state police and law enforcement. So as former attorney general and a governor, I am disgusted by that. Yeah, so with Karen Reed, that's a situation, and it's a very tedious trial, and so far they haven't come with a verdict yet. I'm about to get to y'all's chats in a second. For y'all that don't know, by the way, this is the whole shirt right here. It's a replica of the shirt that Leonardo DiCaprio wore in the Romeo and Juliet movie. I always thought it was a cool shirt. I got it back when I was like 19. It was that was a really cool movie. I like his movies. Alright. So that's a fun fact for y'all that may not have known. Okay. I'm going to read y'all's chats now. I'm going to sit over here in this other window for a moment. Cool effect. And then I'm going to get into the sharks. Alright, so I'm going to read what y'all are saying, and because I keep up with the chat. Thank you, Kathy. Yeah, Mary, I believe Ava's birthday is that day, which Amanda must be doing some things with Ava right now. And then she says, buying and owning the house and land of Chandabel and Rexburg is. Yeah, I agree. And also a superstitious term used to describe a string of bad luck. Don't you dare bring apricots into this. I don't want bad juju. Oh, yeah. And then SE came through and got your. I'm remembering the lingo. Yeah. SE, long time no see. Very nice to see you. Very good to see you too. Hope you're well. You're welcome. SC, great to see y'all. I watched a video about the baby Wolverine, so cute. And she fed Tinsel Sunday. Did not see him until today was so worried. Well, I'm glad that you got to see Tinsel. I'm glad you got to see Tinsel. And hope you're doing well. Just see latest video. Yeah, SC. Yeah, SC, glad that you got your pup. You got him help. Very beautiful dog. Snakes suck. But then Karen Reed really does have the AOC cringe eyes. Yeah. You know, she does. She does have the, it kind of looks like, yeah, I see what you mean. Alright, so now I want to talk about his sharks. Specifically, we're going to talk about the hammerhead. Oh, I don't doubt it. Joanne, I don't doubt it. Hammerhead shark. Last time I did great white sharks. Now I'm doing the hammerhead shark this time. The hammerhead sharks are a group of sharks that from a family Spheridae, which I probably said that wrong, named for the unusual and distinctive form of their heads, which are flattened and laterally extended into a cephalofoil T-shaped hammer. The shark's eyes are placed on one either side of this T-shaped structure, with their small mouths directly centered and underneath. Most hammerhead species are placed in the genus Spherina, while the wighead shark is placed in its own genus, Spheria. I said it wrong, probably. Amanda, you're right. I stand corrected. The spaceship fumes are getting the best of me. Yes, we did tiger sharks last time. The time before that, we did great white sharks. We did great white sharks, and then last time we did the tiger shark. Now we're doing the hammerhead shark. So everybody, this is my own version of Shark Week. I remember I used to watch as a kid on the Discovery Channel. And the real Discovery Channel, they're going to have their Shark Week at some point soon. But like I'm having my own shark marathon in tribute to the Shark Week time period. And this time last year, and Amanda, this time last year, we were talking about Stockton Rush and his moron submersible. This time we're talking about sharks, so it's pretty cool. Many different but not necessarily mutually exclusive functions have been postulated for the cephalofoil, including sensory, reception, maneuvering, and prey manipulation. The cephalofoil gives the sharks superior binocular vision and depth precipitation. Also, what I talked about was I talked about the abyssal fish. So it's like these crazy fish that like glow in the dark and they look really scary. I'll talk about them again. That was intense. I love talking about those things. My friend and I. So back when I was in school, I talked about these aliens and things with my friend. His code name is Douglas. And then the YouTube channel is called my name, Hansel Cat, like Hansel but cat. And then it was like in 2018 it was called Skater Gamer. Then I did this sound effect about the Greys, and I made it with my computer because the computer has like alien sound effects built into it. And at this point it has like over 30K views and it went viral everywhere. So I named my channel after that, and then I pursued, like, he would go and tell people about Planet 10. He would talk about the aliens and how they're the nefarious nature about them and stuff. Then I pursued that, and I made ads and stuff and videos about that, me making videos about it. I made ads about it and exposed many people to it, and I'm glad that I did that. And also, I did multiple topics about my garden and different things like that, and I went on different live streams and expanded, and here we are. Because a lot of these people you have here, like, people come from these multiple live streams that went on, and they're all infused into one thing, and it's a dream come true. So shout out to all of you. Spaceship, y'all are the spaceship. Very important. So that's a little history lesson about this channel. So this is the great white, and I'm going to take myself out the picture because I'm blocking the view. Right, so this is the great white. This is not the great white shark. This is the hammerhead. This is the hammerhead. Very pretty. You see? He's chilling. He or she is chilling. Yeah, angular fish. Yeah, angular fish. Those teeth are gnarly. Wow. Those are the eyes. And also, yeah, so here we go. Hammerheads are found worldwide. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That sounds like it would be really spicy. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That'd be a bikini activity. All right, so hammerheads are found worldwide, preferring life in warmer waters along coastlines. Continental shelves, unlike most sharks, some hammerhead species will congregate and then swim in large schools during the day, becoming solitary hunters at night. So basically, in schools of fish, you'll have like this, like we're a school of streamers. We're a school of aliens right now on a live stream. So for instance, there's like a school of fish. It's like a bunch of fish that are like swimming together in conjunction with each other. Like you see that in like Finding Nemo and stuff. You see that they're all like in a little like a cluster. The known species range from 0.9 to 6.02 feet 11 to 19 feet 8 in length and weigh 3 to 580 kilograms, 1,300 pounds. One specimen caught off the Florida coast in 1906 weighed over 680 kilograms, 1,500 pounds. Well, they are usually light gray and have a greenish tint. I didn't know they had a greenish tint. I guess I could see that, but that's not something I was thinking about. Their bellies are white, which allows them to blend into the background when viewed from below and sneak up their prey. Their heads have lateral projections that give them a hammer-like shape, while overall similar shape differs somewhat between species. Examples are distinct T-shaped and great hammerhead, a round head with a central notch in the scalloped hammerhead, an unnotched rounded head in the smooth hammerhead. Hammerheads have disproportionately small mouths compared to other shark species. Some species are also known to form schools in the evening. Like most other sharks, they become solitary hunters. National Geographic explained that hammerheads can be found in warm tropical waters, but during the summer they participate in a mass migration to search for cooler waters. That's like their range. I didn't even know that they're up in like Britain. Yeah, and a happy early birthday to Ava. All right. Taxonomy and evolution. All right, so here's another one. I do look cool. Yeah, so shout out to my dude right here, this hammerhead bro. And you see like he has his eyes on two different ends and he's like chilling. And yeah, it's so fascinating how he looks. So fascinating. It's in the deep water. Well, I don't know. I feel like it looks like an aquarium, but I could be wrong. But to me, that looks like an aquarium. Since sharks do not have mineralized bones and rarely fossilize, only their teeth are commonly found as fossils. Their closest relatives are the requiem sharks. Based on DNA studies and fossils, the ancestor of the hammerhead probably lived in the early Mosan epoch about 20 million years ago. The requiem shark. Well, using mitochondrial DNA, a phylogenetic tree of hammerhead sharks show the winghead shark as its most basal member. As the winghead shark has purportedly the largest hammer of the hammerhead sharks, this suggests that the first ancestral hammerhead sharks also had large hammers. Look at this, man. That's beautiful. Wow. Look at that, everybody. Wow, that's beautiful. I love the blue ocean. And the hammerhead with his teeth, and he's just chilling. Yeah, he's chilling. You're welcome, Amanda. Yeah, and also basically in the eyes are so cool. I always liked it. It was like it's like this this creature in the sea. I like seeing the aquarium and you'd have this gift shop of different little like stuffed animals of the critters. of the sea critters, and I really thought it was fascinating. So fascinating. I also like collecting shark teeth from the beach. I've collected shark teeth from the beach before, and also sand dollars. I mentioned that in another stream, because the tide comes in and out, and you could be able to walk on the beach. One time I found a quarter in the sand, so that means that somebody must have sunk somewhere, and their quarter washed on shore. Joking, I really don't know for sure, but yeah, this brings back cool memories. I like the aquatic things. All right. I like with YouTube and these like social network. Like a couple years ago, I never knew it. I'll be like, I had a YouTube channel, but and I had put videos up, but it's like, man, it's like I'm like broadcasting a TV show right now. Facts. Whoa, that's so cool. I'm nerding out right now. Wow, that's a cool eye. Yeah, those teeth, some spicy teeth right there. The sand's looking all good. And man, look at the body. There's some scratches on it. Awesome, awesome. Yeah, several rows of teeth. And you got this one fish. This is a meme right here. Y'all got to snapshot this. Like, this is a meme right here. Like, you got this fish. It's like, I'm not here. I'm incognito. I don't exist. I'm on some other dimension. He doesn't see me. That's a good thing. I'm just going to just swim away. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. It's going to swim away. It looks like Dory from Finding Nemo. Maybe this was a scene from the real Finding Nemo. Maybe she was looking for a Nemo and she saw that. It's like, this fish is like looking like, I'm not here. I don't exist. Don't look at me. I'm a ghost. And then you have this other dude right here, this baller right here, and he's just like taking the video. He's like, he's gonna go take over this situation. It's like, not so fast, Hammerhead. You're caught red-handed. And this one basically, you know what this is? This is a photo bomb. This is another meme. It's like a photo bomb meme. Like the shark's trying to get himself a picture taken, and this fish has to photobomb it to troll. Wow. So you see, I could just rant about these sharks. Yeah, look at the rows of teeth. Yeah, rows and rows of teeth. I mean, they have so much teeth, they're going to have tooth inflation down there. All right. Shout out to the shark. Oh, look at all these other fish. Yeah, they photobomb too. They're like, we don't exist. We're just chilling. They don't see us. And over here, wow. Yeah, shout out to the NPCs. They're all NPC fish. Man, I'm making memes all night about this. I know, Sarah. I know. I didn't know that either. The hammer-like shape of the head may have evolved, at least in part, to enhance the animal's vision. The positioning of the eyes mounted on the sides of the shark's distinctive hammer head allows 360 degrees of vision in the vertical plane. So it's like wearing one of those headsets. Vertical plane, meaning the animals can see above and below them at all times. They also have an increased binocular vision and depth of visual field as a result of the cephalofoil. The shape of the head was previously thought to help the shark find, aiding in close quarters maneuverably and allowing sharp tuning movement without losing stability. The unusual structure of its vertebrae, though, has been found to instrumental in making the turns correctly. More often than the shape of its head, through it would also shift and provide lift. From what is known about the winghead shark, as a species of hammerhead, the shape of the hammerhead apparently has to do with an evolved sensory function. Like all sharks, hammerheads have electroceptory sensory pores called ampulla of Lorenzi. Now that's interesting. It must be Italian. Italian pores. Like some some spaghetti in there, something like that. We're gonna have. I'm part Italian, so it's okay to say that joke. The pores on the shark's head lead to sensory tubes, which detect electric fields and generated by other living creatures. By disturbing the receptors over a wider area, like larger radio antenna, hammerheads can sweep for prey more effectively. Yeah, pasta. And I don't need to be incognito anymore. I'm here. I am. Jazz hands. Also, this is Mighty Mouse ears. Mickey Mouse ears. All right. Reproduction occurs only once a year for the hammerhead shark. For hammerhead sharks, and usually occurs with the male shark biting the female shark violently until she agrees to mate with him. The hammerhead sharks exhibit a viviparous mode of reproduction, with females giving birth to young. Like other sharks, fertilization is international, with the male transferring sperm to the female through one of the intromittent organs called claspers. The developing embryos are at first sustained by a yolk sac. When the supply yolk is exhausted, the depleted yolk sac transforms into a structure analogous to mammalian placentia, called yolk sac placentia, or pseudoplacentia, through which the mother delivers sustenance into birth. Once the baby sharks are born, they are not taken care of by the parents in any way. Usually, litter consists of 12 to 15 pups. That's what the shark babies are called. Except for the great hammerhead, which gives birth to litters of 20 to 40 pups. Wow, that's a lot. Imagine give birth to 40 to 20. Wow. That must be intense. These baby sharks huddle together and swim toward warmer water until they are old enough and large enough to survive on their own. In 2007, Monoliths shark was found to be capable of asexual reproduction via automictic para and Guineas, in which female's ovum fuses with polar body to form zygotes without the need for a male. This was the first shark known to do this. Yeah, absolutely, a crazy number. And Sarah and chat, the new people that came in recently, I hope y'all have been having a good week, and hope that y'all have, a good weekend, if it's still weekend where y'all are. All right. Well, I'll say this has been. I've had some great streams. This is one of my favorites. Wow. Earlier, I saw at one point when I was doing this stream, there was like 14 people watching. I was like, whoa. Wow. Diet. Hammerhead sharks eat a large range of prey such as fish, including other sharks, squid, octopus, and crustaceans. Stingrays are a particular favorite with positioning of their comparativity. Smaller crescent-shaped mouths underneath their T-shaped heads, allowing for skilled skate, ray, and founder hunting among other seafloor dwellers. These sharks will often be found swimming above the sand along the bottom of the ocean, stalking their prey. Their unique heads are further utilized as tool or weapon if hunting rays and flatfishes. The shark uses its head to pin down and briefly stun prey, and only eats once their quarry clearly is weakened and in shock. The great hammerhead tending to be larger and more aggressive to its own kind than other hammerheads occasionally engages in cannibalism, eating other hammerhead sharks, including mothers consuming their own young. Well, in addition, the typical animal prey bonthids have been found to feed on sea grass, which sometimes makes up as much as half their stomach content. They also may swallow unintentionally, but they are practically digested. At times of discovery, this was the only known case of a potentially omnivorous species of shark. Since then, whale sharks were also found to be omnivorous. Like they always talk about going to space, which I do believe is important, but you could go to the ocean. I mean, there's so many things in the ocean we have not even discovered. Only 10 to 15% of the ocean has been discovered. So I think it's important that we have to go and keep on discovering the oceans. Ocean. 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 Yeah, not sting. It's stingrays. Yeah, I had a stingray toy once, but not anymore. Yeah, what I meant to say was ocean under ocean with potion, like a wizard potion. I don't know if I spelled it correctly in the chat. I'll look this up. I spelled it correctly. Yeah. So yeah, there you go. I want to talk about the history of alchemy too at some point. All right, so these are some different hammerheads, and I'm going to take myself out so y'all could see it. And I got to rearrange the page too so y'all could see this. All right, so I'm going to go back incognito. All right, so you have these. These are all the different type of hammerheads. So many different species. I mean, wow. Oh, that's so cool. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, those are the different types. All right, now we're going to talk about relationship with humans. According to the International Shark Attack File, humans have been subjects to 17 documented unprovoked attacks by hammerhead sharks within the genus Sifrenia since AD 1580. No human fatalities have been recorded. Most hammerhead shark species are too small to inflict serious damage to humans. The great and scalloped hammerheads are listed on the World's Conservation Union's IUCN 2008. Yeah, see, I do agree. They do look cool. Red list as endangered, whereas small-eyed hammerheads listed as vulnerable. The status given to these sharks is also resulted of overfishing and demand of their fins, an expensive delicacy among other scientists expressed their concern about the plight of the scalloped hammerhead at the American Association of Advancement of Science an annual meeting in Boston. The young swim mostly in shallow waters along the shores all over the world to avoid predators. Oh, and unfortunately, Sarah, I get them mixed up, but unfortunately, Sarah and Amanda, shark fins are prized as a delicacy in certain countries in Asia, such as China, and overfishing putting many hammerhead sharks at risk of extinction. Fishermen who harvest the animals typically cut off the fins and toss the remainder of the fish, which is often still alive, back into the sea. This practice is known as finning. It is lethal to the shark. Graphic, right? But yeah, you have this African dude that did it. He was hunting and he got that. And also, that's a shark just like chilling in the water. So, hammerhead lives matter. It's unfortunate they do that to the animals. In captivity, the relatively small bone bonnet head is regular at public aquariums, as it has proven easier to keep in captivity than the larger hammerhead species. Yeah, Sarah, thank you for sharing that with us. Yeah, I understand. Thank you for letting us know about that. Sometimes in Japan they do it, but not actively fished, at least from what she's told. If something's caught in that I hope it's true too. And but the Chinese need to cut it down. I believe I've seen them at aquariums. I saw them at the aquarium, and I'm going to go and prove this to see and continue reading to see what else it says. Okay, Essie. and it has been bred at a handful of facilities. So it has proven easier to be kept in captivity than larger hammerhead species. So the smaller hammerhead is a regular at public aquariums, and in proven the easier to keep in captivity than the larger hammerhead species. And it has been bred at a handful of facilities. Nevertheless, at up to 1.5 meters, 5 feet in length, in which highly specialized requirements, very few private aquarists have the experience and resources necessary to maintain a bonnet head in captivity. The larger hammerhead species can reach more than twice that size and are considered a difficult, even compared to most other similar sized sharks. Lemonhead shark, sand tiger shark. That's funny. Lemon shark. Haha. Sour boy. Car Charhunius type of genus family require the requiem. Sand shark and the tiger shark. Okay. Sand tiger shark. Regularly kept in public aquariums, they are particularly vulnerable during transport between facilities, may rub on surfaces in tanks and may collide with rocks, causing injuries to their heads, so they require very large, specially adapt tanks. As consequence, relatively a few public aquaria have kept them for long periods. The scalloped hammerhead is the most frequently maintained large species, and it has been kept long term at public aquaria. In most continents, but primarily in North America, Europe, and Asia, in 2014, fewer than 15 public aquaria in the world kept scalloped hammerheads. Great hammerheads have been kept at a few facilities in North America, including Atlantis Paradise Island Resort, Adventure Aquarium, Georgia Aquarium. So you have New Jersey, they have one, Georgia Aquarium in Atlanta, Mote Marine Laboratory, Florida, Shark Reef at Mandalay Bay, Las Vegas. Smooth hammerheads have been kept in the past. Wow, that looks gorgeous. Wow, that is gorgeous. Look at, crikey, looky here. All right. Wow, that is a really beautiful picture. That would be a great album cover or something. That'd be great. Look at the blue. There's like so much blue. It's like it's a spectrum of blue with the light. As I said, that's the same thing that makes eyes blue as the rayleigh in the water. It's the same thing that makes eyes blue. And like just look at that. Like the spectrum of blue. Okay, I'll look. The largest tank is the Pacific Ocean tank, which has a minimum length of 34 meters, 112 feet, depth of 9 meters, 30 feet, and holds 5,400 cubic meters of water and a variety of fish, including Indian Merkel Pacific, bluefin tuna, reef manta rays, scalloped hammerhead sharks. Yes, it has them there. Yeah, scalloped hammers. Hola, Latina. Good to see you. You're welcome, Sarah. Yeah, I was just showing this picture of this hammerhead. So cool. And the hammer, the just the water is so fascinating, and how the spectrum of the water and the way it looks on the fish is incredible. All right, I'll go look that up. All right, this is the yeah, it's this one, the regular kind. Yeah, that one. So yeah, that's the scalloped one. Humans are the number one threat to hammerhead sharks. Although they are not usually the primary target, hammerhead sharks are caught in fisheries all over the world. Tropical fisheries are the most common place for hammerheads to be caught because their preference to reside in warm waters. The total number of hammerheads caught in fisheries is recorded in the Flood and Aquaculture Organization of the United Nations Global Capture Production Data Set. The numbers steadily increased from 75 metric tons in 1990 to 6,313 metric tons by 2010. You never heard of it. Here's another one. Let's see. I'll read more about the scalloped hammerhead after I read this. Shark fin traders say that hammerheads have some best quality fin needles, which make them good to eat when prepared properly. Hong Kong is the world's largest fin trade market and accounts for around 1.5%. The total annual amount of fins traded is estimated that around 375,000 great hammerhead sharks alone are traded per year, which is equivalent of 21,000 metric tons of biomass. However, it is important to note that most sharks that are caught are only used for their fins and then discarded. The actual meat of the hammerhead is generally unwanted. Consumption of regular hammerhead meat has recorded in countries such as Trinidad and Tobago, Venezuela, Kenya, and Japan. Right, yeah, Hong Kong. In March 2013, three endangered commercially valuable sharks, the hammerhead, the oceanic white tip, and the probeagle, were added to the Appendix 2 of cities bringing shark fishing and commerce of these species under licensing and regulation. Exactly, Latina. All right, so Sarah says happy birthday to Ava for the weekend, and she has to go take care of things with Mister. So, all right, go help him out. Thank you for being here. All right, so Latina, I hope that you've been having a good day. I hope it's been going well with you, and I'm glad that you're here with us. Cultural significance among Torres Strait Islanders. I don't know what that is, but yes, it is absolutely. The hammerhead shark, known as the Beezam, is a common family totem and often represented in cultural artifacts such as the elaborate headdresses worn for commercial ceremonial dances known as the Daihari. No, as the Dari. Let's see. Interesting. They are associated with law and order. Renowned artist Kenny Fide Sinner SNR is known for his representations of Beezam in his sculptural Dari and other works. Latina says, yes, thank you. Very blessed to have such a kind neighbor that lets me use a swimming pool. It's been hot. Well, that's good. I'm glad that you got to enjoy yourself. You know, it is very hot. Over here where I am, it rained most of the day, so it kind of cooled it off. But yeah, it's been very hot everywhere. And also, Amanda's neck of the woods, it's been hot there too. It's been hot everywhere. Also in Ohio and up north. In native Hawaiian culture, sharks are considered to be gods of the sea, protectors of human and cleaners of excessive ocean life. Some of these sharks are believed to be family members who died and have been reincarnated into shark form, but others are considered man eaters, also known as nehuhi. Nehuhi. These sharks include great white sharks, tiger sharks, and bull sharks. The hammerhead shark, also is known as Mano Kihihai, is not considered a man eater or Nehui. It is considered to be one of the respected sharks of the ocean, an Kaiua. Many Hawaiian families believe that they have an Amakua watching over them and protecting them from the Nehiuhii. Ne, it's Nehiu. I get it. I know how to pronounce it. It's a little bit of a tongue twister to me. Ni Yu Hai. Okay, there we go. The hammerhead shark is thought to be the birth animal of some children. Hawaiian children who are born with hammerhead shark as an animal sign are believed to be warriors and are meant to sail the oceans. Hammerhead sharks rarely pass through the waters of Maui. Many Maui natives believe that they're swimming by a sign that the gods are watching over the families in the oceans are clean and balanced. Awesome. All right. So when we talking about the scalloped hammerhead. Scalloped hammerhead in the ocean. Ocean. Scalloped hammerhead is a species of hammerhead shark in the family of Sphaeroidea. Inde. Indea. It was originally known as Zygena luini. The Greek word spherinia translates hammer, in English referring to the shape of the shark's head, which is its most distinguished characteristic. The shark's eyes and nostrils are at the tips of the extensions. It is fairly large hammerhead, but is still smaller than both the great and the smooth hammerheads. This shark is also known as bronze. I'm not making this up. Known as bronze kinky head. Okay, known as bronze, known as kinky head, or southern hammerhead. It primarily lives in a warm temperature and tropical coastal water, 36 north and 36 south, and 180 degrees around. I made that last part up. Down to a depth of 500 meters, 1,600 feet, it is the most common of all hammerheads. It's like the one I showed originally. It's like the one I showed in the original clip. And I'm going to take myself out for a second. Alright, so y'all could see this without me in the picture. Right, then you have this right here. Yeah. All right, so yeah, it's in Hawaii. It's in Hawaii. Yes. Yes, Sarah. It's Hawaii. Glad that you're back. And also, basically, but yes, so that's basically what it is. And also, we have the situation where Hammerhead has distinguished characteristics, which is most distinguished characteristics. The shark eyes and nostrils are the tips of the extensions. It is fairly large hammerhead, but it's still smaller than both great and smooth hammerheads. This shark is also known as the bronze, kinky head, southern hammerhead. It is primarily lives in warm waters. Latitudes 46 north and 36 south, 500 meters, 1600 feet. The most common of all hammerheads. The scalloped hammerhead was first named Zygania Luini and then renamed Sphyrenia Luini by Edward Griffith and Hamilton Smith in 1834. Oh, it's like it says it's yeah, I don't know. It could have to do with that. Latina, I've not gone over that, and thank you for bringing that to my attention. That's something that I would like to go over at some point. Yes, maybe even tonight. And because they're spelling it the other kind of kinky, but maybe it could have some Asonic origin. Like it could be from the Japanese and the Hawaiian. They're both like Asian, in my opinion. So it's probably from that. That would make more sense. I don't know why they would name it the other thing, but yeah, thank you for bringing that up. It is a sister species to Sphyrenia gliberti, differing by the number of vertebrae. Though once considered a distinct species, McErtern and Surrett synonymized Cephrema coardi with Cephrenia luini in 1886. These sharks are classified as ground sharks in order to Carchar. This is a word I've not seen before. Carchar iformis. I don't know that word. Description: the scalloped hammerhead is essentially distinguished from other hammerhead sharks by central indentation on the anterior margin of the head. There are also two indentations on either side of the central indentation, which gives the scalloped look. They also have very large first dorsal fin that is slightly hooked and a small second dorsal fin. Scalloped hammerhead sharks are typically uniform gray, grayish brown, bronze, or olive, which I didn't really know that, with a white undertone underside for counter shading. I think I've seen those other types they're talking about. I see it now. Yeah. Yeah, I'm interested in the name too, Sarah. But I would hope that what you're saying is correct. People got some, you know, interesting ideas when they're naming fish in the ocean. Typically, males measure to 1.5 to 1.8, 4 to 5 feet and weigh about 29 kilograms, 64 pounds when they attain sexual maturity, whereas the larger females measure 2.5 to 8.2 feet, weigh about 36.2 kilograms, 80 pounds at sexual maturity. The maximum length of the scalloped hammerhead is 43 meters, 14 feet, and the maximum weight is 152.4 kilograms, 336 pounds per fish bass base. Now you know what that is. A fish base is a okay. Hold on, everybody. Looky here. Crikey. Fish base is a global species of data. Fish base is a global species database of fish species. It is the largest, most extensively accessed online database on adult fin fish on the web. Man, you got like the fish networks here. The fish database. That's so cool. Over time, it has evolved into a dynamic and versatile ecological tool that is widely cited in scholarly publications. A female caught off Miami was found to have measured to 10 feet and reportedly weighed 200 kilograms, 440 pounds, though was in gravid state then. These sharks have a very high metabolic rate, which governs behavior in acquiring food. They occupy tertiary trophic levels. The scalloped hammerhead shark, like many other species, uses the shore as a breeding ground. Due to the high metabolic rates, young scalloped hammerhead sharks need a lot of food or they will starve in the ocean. Right. If you're talking about, I need to check out the fish database. You're right, absolutely. S. lewinii is also noted for its large and complex brain with high levels of cognitive capabilities, social intelligence, sensoromotor functions, intricate migrations, complex habitat relationships, and athletic capture of prey. Their social intelligence is especially important for their aggravative behavior, allowing the species to reproduce with the fitness members and more easily proliferate species. The definition of these sharks consists of small, narrow, triangular teeth that have smooth edges and except in larger fish, which may have somewhat serrated teeth. The teeth in front of the mouth have erect cusps, and the teeth in the bottom of the jaw have cusps that are more erect than those of the upper jaw. Alright, upper teeth. That's the upper teeth. I love shark teeth. I love collecting shark teeth. I'm enthused by shark teeth. Yeah, shout out. We got 45 views tonight. Wow. Shout out to all of y'all tuning in. Thank y'all for hitting the like button. I appreciate it. Yeah, so these are some specimens. Yeah, so those are the shark teeth. And then you have like this is a juvenile one. It's a little tiny thing, man. They small, man, when they're little. I guess we all are. Okay. Distribution and habitat. The scalped hammerhead is a coastal pel pelac pelgacic species. It occurs over continual and insular shelves and in nearby deep water. It is found in warm temperature and tropical waters worldwide from 46 north to 36 south. It can be found to depths over 500 meters, 1600 feet, but is most often found above 25 meters and 82 feet during the day. They are more often found close to shore at night, and they hunt further offshore. Adults are found alone in pairs or in small schools, while young sharks occur in larger schools. I haven't, Latina, I haven't. And also, unfortunately, with the sharks, yeah, I've never tried one. No, I'm not tried it. And something I'm reading about what these people do, like I don't agree with the finning they do when they take the fins off the shark and the shark dies slowly. I don't like that. But have I even eaten shark like someone like a shark was caught and eat it? No. She has decades ago was kind of tough. All right. Thank you for sharing that with us, Sarah. Gnarly. Gnarly, doy. That word's funny. But thank you for explaining that. Gnarly. It's like attention. Gnarly. 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 Right, Latina. I'm not interested in it either. It's like, but people do that. That's okay. Good, that's their thing. In my opinion, I think shark lives matter. Bro is back. My man's is back, bro. SE. Juveniles and pups thrive in shallow coastal waters, such as bays and mangroves, which provide shelter from predators and waters high in nutrients from deposited sediments. And research carried out by non-governmental organization Mission to Buron using conventional and acoustic shark tagging methods found that adult scalloped hammerheads migrate from the Pelagic waters surrounding Cocos Islands. Cocos Islands at the mangroves in the tropical fjord. The tropical fjord. It's like there's like a tropical, but it's tropical fjord of Golfo Dulce, a tropical fjord on the Pacific coast of Costa Rica. Costa Rica. Costa Rica. Her female sharks give birth to live young. Juveniles remain in the shallow root system of the mangroves for around 3 years. After this time, leave Golfo Dulce to migrate back to Cocos Island in the feed Pelagic. Thank you, Sarah. I should do voiceovers. Thank you. I've observed. I have a talent for it, and I do funny stuff all the time with my friends, like on the phone, like from school. Like my friend and I, like Ross and I, will like go back and forth and make voices and talk back and forth. Like like I'll say like not true about something and also make voices and things. So yeah, I did it with my friends, and also I do it on here, and I also watch YouTubers have done it, and that I saw YouTubers do different like voiceovers and things I like. But yeah, it's a talent, and thank you. Oh yeah, because the microphone is right here. Okay, yeah, the microphone's right here. Maybe it was a little bit farther away from me, and I could put it a little bit closer. Thank you, Latina, for the feedback. All right, I'll put it a little bit closer right here. Okay, so Sarah says getting inside the house behind on videos, if you mentioned. Yeah, thanks. Oh yeah, because sometimes when if there's thunder and lightning and stuff like that, the cat gets scared. Scared. Yeah, so these islands look pretty interesting. These islands look pretty interesting. You have right here, and yeah, interesting in the Pacific. Schooling. We got schooling. Look, it's schools of scalloped fish. So right here, what you're seeing is schools of scalloped fish. These schools of scalloped fish, and also, also, we have right here. Look at them; they're so beautiful, majestic, and you see how there's like a spectrum of blue. It's the same thing that makes like the eyes blue, or eyes green or hazel or whatever. It has this, effect when like light comes through, or this ray light. So it's really interesting to see the spectrum. Putting the SF in ASSEV. 1, 2, 3. Right, so this is a school of fish, and also, that was to show you all what the school of these fish look like. These sharks are often seen during the night, day, and morning in big schools, sometimes numbering hundreds, most likely because large groups can obtain food more easily than single or small groups, especially larger, trickier prey. As commonly seen, younger the sharks, the closer the surface they tend to be. While the adults are found much deeper in the ocean, they are not considered dangerous and are normally not aggressive towards humans. Sexual dimorphism. The female scalloped hammerheads migrate offshore at a smaller size than males because the larger classes of hammerhead, such as those from 100 to 140 centimeters, 39 to 55 in long, travel deeper down. Males and females differ that males are observed to stay deeper than female sharks in general. Sexual maturity generally occurs once the scalpeled hammerhead attains 240 centimeters, 7.9 feet, in total or longer. Physically, the mature female have considerably wider uteri than their maturing counterparts. A lack of mating scars. A lack of mating scars has been found on mature females. Unlike females, males reach sexual maturity at much smaller size. No pun intended. The male to female ratio of the scalloped hammerheads is 1.129. Females probably are capable of giving annually, usually in the summer. Navigation scalloped hammerhead sharks have a humming behavior to navigate the ocean. They move in the night and usually environment as a map, similar to human reading a topographical map. By experimentation in tagging these sharks, one could test for any guidance in a shark's movement. These sharks use a point to point type of school swimming and do not favor going too deep where temperature changes hitchhike with current speed and directional change. The scalloped hammerhead uses deep water to survive as safety and feeding, although they have had a metabolic rates. They have tendency to be sedentary and allow currents to carry them as they swim. As a result, this causes scalloped hammerheads to be selective where they swim in the depths which they tend to stay. Olay. Okay. Nothing else to say. They also make use of Earth's magnetic field. I didn't know they use Earth's magnetic field. I did not know that. So, like, they have, like, a built-in compass system. That is so cool. The scalped hammerhead has several advantages to capture its prey. The shape of its hammerhead of its head allows it to bury it looks like bury into the seafloor and pin stingrays down. The wind the wide head and special sensory cells allow scalloped hammerhead to successfully detect fish. SE says, no, just beyond my fence in a creek on the property, dog got bit by one last week. By one in the foot. Yeah. Shout out to SE's pup. Yeah. The gestation period is reported to be around 12 months. Scalloped hammerheads give live birth compared to other species. The scalloped hammerhead produces large litters, 12 to 41 pups, and this is most likely due to high infant mortality, like most sharks. Parental care is not seen. Nursery grounds for this species are predictable and repeated over the years, and they are faithful to their natal size. Their natal sites still causes high infant mortality. A lack of resources prevents all the young from surviving. As a result, only the fittest grow to mature. Also, should a population get depopulated, it recovers through reproduction and not immigration. They don't need immigration. This species does not seem to attack each other even in periods of starvation. In addition, scalloped hammerheads have migratory behaviors. As a result, deprivation results from migration and young and young growth, while the Taiwan scalloped hammerhead seems to have an early maturity rate. It is still reported to be slow to mature. Oh no, SE. That's terrible you saw another one. You're praying for him. For y'all's safety. Yeah, that's disgusting. And I'm going to take a detour, maybe, but. They are very solid creatures, I do agree. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. They hate that. They hate those flowers. It repels them. Scalloped hammerheads are generalists and opportunistic predators, eating whatever is available and abundant in their area. There is no difference in what male and female sharks eat, but larger sharks are noted to eat larger prey than smaller. Juvenile hammerheads, juveniles typically feed on inshore fish, while adults feed on inshore fish as well as large organisms that live in deeper waters. Specifically, this shark feeds primarily on fish such as sardines, mackerel, and herring. Occasionally, they feed on cephalopods such as squid and octopus. Octopus. Larger specimens may also feed on smaller species of sharks such as blacktip reef shark, Carcharodonus menapatrius. I probably said that wrong. But yeah, so I just ate sardines for dinner, actually. I had sardines in a salad. Conversation. Conversation. The scalloped hammerhead was the first shark species to be protected under the U.S. Endangered Species Act as of 2021. Yeah, facts, sir. Scalloped hammerhead has been categorized as critically endangered by the IUCN Red List. The IUCN cites overfishing as main cause of the drop in population numbers. These sharks are slow growing, mature late, and low fecundity, which makes them very vulnerable to fishing. Scalloped hammerheads are over harvested for their large size and fins that have high fin needle content. Their fins are sold, unfortunately, for US 100 to 120 per kilogram. Many conservation efforts have been taken to protect this species, such as using genetic information from fins purchased from Hong Kong market to pinpoint where the scalloped hammerheads are being caught and track their exploitation levels. Yeah, that's really cool. Another important effort has been protecting the Cyphrinia luinii nurseries. Scalloped hammerheads return to their birthplace to have their own pups. The pups will then spend their first year of life in these coastal nurseries area where they are safe from predators and have less competition for feeding before they venture into the open ocean. Fishing bans have been placed in some areas, such as the western Yucatan Peninsula, during the breeding season to protect the young and juvenile scalloped hammerheads. SC's wondering how Apple is Amanda's dog Apple. She can respond to that when she can. All right. I feel like I'm like an intercom, like an office intercom. That's interesting. It's on a live stream and everything. Interesting. In many areas, officials have implemented management regulations on fishing vessels. They have made a regulation that prohibits taking the sharks on board to transship, sell, or store for future selling. This is not only protects the scalloped hammerhead shark, but also the entire order of Carcharhiniformis. Hammerhead sharks are not only being intentionally caught, but also being caught not intentionally on long lines and nets. Bycatch has also greatly reduced these species because they often migrate in large groups. This allows the fisheries to catch many sharks at once. The mortality rate of the sharks that are caught is most always 90% of the individuals, even though it is hard to prevent the sharks from biting the bait, getting it in the net. There has been devices put in place for bycatch reduction along the eastern Atlantic. Regulations have been implemented to control the overexploitation of the scalloped hammerhead. Thanks, Sarah. The team in this area has concluded this species is a high risk extinction now for the future. It is essential to understand the movement patterns of these sharks to able to be place effective conservation and management efforts. Amanda, I'm glad to hear she's doing good. Apple's doing good. Yeah, yeah, Sarah. Thank you. As I said a moment ago. All right. Marine reserves have been implemented in many areas to allow the sharks to recover. It is very important to place these reserves over areas that sharks use as breeding grounds and nurseries, so they have somewhere to raise their pups. It is also beneficial to place the marine reserves in areas where they're prized as non-consumptive resource through shark diving tourism. In parts of the Atlantic Ocean, their populations have declined by over 95% in the past 30 years. Among the reasons for this drop are overfishing and the rise of demand for shark fins. Researchers attribute this growth in demand to increase the shark fins as an expensive delicacy, such as shark fin soup. In 2008, called for a ban on shark finning, a practice in which the shark's fins are cut off and the rest of the animal is thrown back in the water to die. Hammerheads are among the most commonly caught sharks for finning. The species' tendencies to aggravate in large groups, making capture in large numbers on long lines, bottom nets, and trowels. Trawling. It's something. DeLeon, he did trawling with his uncle. He did trawling in the out there in the Gulf. He had some interesting pictures from that. Even easier. Hammerhead sharks are overfinished all around the world for their fins and liver oil. As of 2020, an estimated of 1.3 to 20, rather 2.7 million fins are collected each year from smooth and scalloped hammerhead sharks. For the shark fin trade, DNA barcoding can assist in identification of the scalloped hammerhead. Remains to add conversion efforts, according to January 2021 study in Nature, which studied 31 species of sharks and rays. The number of these species found in open oceans had dropped by 71% in around 50 years. The scalloped hammerhead was included in the study. All right. So there we go. I'm going to be right back, everybody. I have to do something real quick, and I'll be right back. All right. So we're going to look at this. We're going to look at this shark, and I'll be right back. It'll just be a moment. I have returned. I'm back. All right. So let's see what chat's doing. I like fall and winter too. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for welcoming me back, everybody. And also, what I did was I was good at. I'm good at a lot of things, but that's not what I meant to say. I do like the heat sometimes. I like being out in the sun and stuff. I'm a little bit, but I also like I like both. I like all weather, but I do like the cooler weather. Of course, especially considering how hot it is. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad you like the blues. All right, so we're gonna go. All right, so that is the shark of the week, and we'll have a new shark next week. I'll talk about and check something. Yeah, so basically, I enjoyed that about the shark. I enjoyed that, and I think that I really enjoyed this, and y'all are enjoying it too, and that's really great. Shout out to the spaceship cats. Okay. Now, these are some deformed fish. Some say strange looking. A glitch in the matrix. Fish. Absolutely very strange. Moose. All right. And we'll look at some more hammerhead pictures. Yeah, I like fall. Well, I love fall and winter, guys. That's absolutely awesome. Look at those teeth. Wow. Absolutely. Absolutely stunning. Wow. I'd be scared to go in there. Yeah, cool and powerful. Yeah. Couple of weekend went to the drive-in. They had a drive-in, and they were showing the original Jaws. It was fun. That sounds really cool, and I'm glad that you got to see that at a drive-in. Wow, thank you for sharing that. I've seen the Jaws movie before. Yeah, that's very fascinating. Hammerhead Shark Tank. Wow. All right, so I'm going to see types of sharks. Let's see. Let's see. Requiem. All right, next week we're going to talk about the Requiem shark. Oh, absolutely, Essie. Absolutely. I was looking at something. Okay, so here we go. Yeah, so next time, like Amanda and them, they're like, when we're looking at this thing, looks that thing looks fierce. That looks fast. Look how fast he looks. Yeah, we're looking at that one next time. All right, let's see. Yeah, that's really cool. They don't have that here down here. Let's see. There is a music video. I think it's called "Everybody Talks," and it's about like these zombies at a drive-in. It was from like a decade ago, or like a little bit before that. Like yeah, like 10 years ago. It was a really good music video. Yeah, yeah I see the drive-in. Looks pretty cool. And he says that the food, cheap hamburgers, fries, and drinks. That sounds very good for $5. Can't beat that. Yeah, yeah, You concur. Yeah, it does look fast. Yeah, and also what I like is, I like the drive-in theaters, and I have a. It reminds me of the Grease movie, and I have the Grease jacket. I have the like a replica of the jacket from that. I used to wear it at school sometimes for the free dress days. I have my hair done and everything, similar like how I have it now, and yeah, people really liked it. So that's an idea for a stream to do on a stream at some point. Yeah, and so basically, well, thank you, SC, for mentioning that. That was pretty cool. And also, SC, I hope you've been doing well overall. And I've been planting sunflowers. I've been harvesting the sunflower seeds. Yeah, this is the anglerfish. Yeah, I was talking about before. It's pretty freaky. Amanda, that sounds fun. I'm glad you got to see that. At some point, I gotta go to one somewhere. Wherever they have them, I'm gonna go to one. That one looks really cool. I love its face, and yeah, and the abyssal trench. Yeah, it's so fascinating. It's like they stop making the things like the drive-ins and stuff. Then people get nostalgic and miss it. They should have kept them. Yeah, Jurassic World. I thought that was a good movie too. That was a good movie. Yeah, and also, I mean, I saw the old ones too. Amanda, it's interesting. I was just thinking of dinosaurs a moment ago, so I think you're reading my mind again. And also, yeah, the dinosaur movie, that was a really good one. They filmed some of that movie at the Six Flags over here that was abandoned. Latina, I like squid too. At the Asian restaurants, they make squid, and I really love them. They taste really good. I do agree with you with that. Yes. Oh, they have a anglerfish costume. Also, I want to say that I talked about the topics that I intended to talk about for tonight. By the way, I finished everything. And also, Amanda says, Sarah, it's good you turn your radio to a certain channel to hear the movie. It was a little hot though in the car. Yeah, now they have dark air conditioned movie theaters. It's crazy how over time the technology advanced. Even in my own time, like I saw technology advance from like DVDs and VHS tapes to digital stuff. Latina says, I've gone through the desert with no AC windows roll down, and blowing hot like a blow dryer. Yeah, Latina, that sounds very hot, and it's very dry over there. I've been over here in the humid heat, in the hurricane situation one time. It's kind of messed up. Yeah, and Amanda says it's like walking into an oven. Yeah. Yeah, desert landscape. It looks very, very pretty. It's very hot. Yeah, yeah. It sounds like it would be hot over there. When it looked like a desert here, it was during the drought we had down here. That's when it started looking like a desert here, like last year. But this time we've been having consistent rain. That's very cool. I like that. The landscapes and all. It's rough terrain. As I said, I always thought it was fascinating. The desert, very fascinating. I have a friend in Arizona, and he'll send me pictures of the cactuses. And also, it's very cool. The cool plants. But I understand it's not technically cool. It's very hot, but I'm just saying, I mean, it's just an awesome climate. I think in some sense, I like the nature of it. I like the nature, and I like the old western scenery, like the cowboy scenery they have over there. And yeah, Amanda, and that's why the plants have been growing better. You saw the garden thing I put up, and it's like, basically I first grew corn because the guy at the hardware store told me about growing corn and growing different plants and things. And in the summer, I did it and I harvested it and I ate it. It was very good corn. And and also, what I did was, I'm thankful for the plants because they have some nice, good this year. They have very good, rain this year, and it's helping the green grass. It's helping everything. So yeah, last year was rough. Yeah, and I like the sunset, and the purple sky and all. It's really cool. I like that kind of stuff. Oh man, I understand what you mean. It was night. Las Vegas has too many people now. It was nice years ago. Yeah, I understand what you mean. When it gets too populated, yeah, I like it when it's more secluded. I agree. I think it's pretty cool. And Yeah, like one time Peach was telling me about over where she is, how there's some parts are getting a little populated, and it was like kind of cringe. People need to. She wants them to go back where they came from. Yeah, I have two friends in Arizona. One of them subscribed. The other one's from school that I still talk to. And I remember I was looking at survival in the desert with the different cactuses and things you could, get water from. And the shout out to these, cactuses that are able to hang out in that weather, to be able to, they have to, the plants have to be able to retain it. They have to be able to retain the heat and keep themselves hydrated, kind of like a camel. Like camels with their humpbacks. Yeah. I get like, I love these kind of like artworks of these kind of natures and things. Of nature, and I like the live streams and stuff that I did in the YouTube experience I had, because I was able to talk to people that are in these different parts of the country, and in a way, I indirectly experience these things. So that's pretty cool. Right, right, yeah, exactly. I totally agree, Amanda. Yeah, I remember one night, Amanda, we were talking about the gambling they had there in the old west, out there in Las Vegas. I like that. I enjoyed that. Talking about that, because I like card games and stuff, and I like watching the shows about it. It's pretty cool. In Europe, some of the people don't have air conditioning in Europe because it's not. It gets hot, but it's not like here. But my uncle's an exception. He told me. He said he has over there in England. He has himself an air conditioning. Yeah, right on, Latina. Yeah. Let's see how long we've been on. Just curious. All right, we've had tonight 51 views tonight. Yeah, that's a cool looking desert right there. I like that. I like the moon. Like where I am, it's a swamp where I am, and like kind of like a little bit like a jungle. And so it's interesting seeing these different terrains, and yeah, it's cool and moon and stuff. Thanks, Essie. Yeah, man. That's the thing about gambling. It's like the house always wins. It's like a rigged system. It's hard to be not. It's gonna be difficult to not talk about politics and things like that. But yeah, but basically, yeah, the house always wins. It's like rigged. It's like a rigged system. Like I wouldn't gamble. I'm not into that, but I like learning about the history of it, and I like seeing like someone playing a card game that wasn't involved with gambling somehow. Yeah. Yeah, we got the Gators. And let's see Latina saying, Essie, it was funny. My sister was trying to sleep and said to close the window. Okay. I'll read that in a moment. But Essie says, but y'all got the Gator. Yeah. Where I am, there's no Gators where I am. It's like south of me. In the bayou, they have them. They're not where I am. They're a little ways from me. Thanks, Amanda. Thanks. And y'all are the reason for all this, and I really appreciate that, because it's about teamwork. It's about teamwork. And yeah, she said it was funny. Sister was trying to sleep and said to close the window, the air burning burning my face, and I was like, but I'll get hotter in the car without the windows open. Yeah, Latina, it doesn't sound like it's a win-win. It sounds like it's not like a win-win situation with that. Both parties are having a problem. When the window is down, it hurts a party, but when it windows are up, it makes the whole thing hotter. Yeah, I get it. It's messed up. Yeah, stories of the desert. Yeah, Arizona. I've seen the desert of Arizona, like through. I've not been there, but through the pictures. SE says, oh, okay. Have any ever been spotted around you because some people saw them as high north as Carolina? Oh, well, SE, they're in my state. I just not have. They're up north. It's just they're in more like secluded, swampy areas. Like I'm talking about, like there's like a marshland and like a body of water. They're usually by bodies of like bigger bodies of water. They're like I'm inland. I'm more in like I'm not I'm by the bodies of water, but I'm a little bit away from it. So like I'm like down in Lafitte, like a little ways from me somewhere. You know, they'll have those things. Well, I think from what I'm seeing, let's see. I think there are sightings of them. I haven't seen them, but there are sightings of them in the area. Not my area, but in other parts of the area. I looked it up, and there were some like rare sightings of them coming up in different spots. But when you go down to like the bayou, so like a like a marshland and like a rivers and like lake, like by the lake, up somewhere by some lake, you might be able to see some possibly pop up at night, maybe stuff like that. But good question. Thank you for that. These are some other pictures. Yeah, so the desert's very interesting. I like it. And let's see, sunset. Cat's cleaning himself. Yeah, I love the sunset. So nice. Yeah, I also like seeing sunsets. That's one of my things I like seeing. Yeah, absolutely, Sarah. Gorgeous. Yes. Oh yes, absolutely. Don't be caught without water. You know, you need to drink something out of one of those cactuses. I like the artwork. The artwork's so cool. It's like from the beginning of the channel and from before that, it's like I had to go to that place to get to this one. The whole 4 years. It's really 5 or 6 years, but like the 4 years of pure dedication led to this. I appreciate that. And you see, I followed my own destiny. Like I did what I wanted to do, and I just pursued it, and it's right. It's like when you do that, it works out. And also, it was a very nice show. Seeing all you and stuff like that. And yeah, so I think that's really cool with the channel, and it's doing very well. And also, I like talking about the different topics and things, and looking at these pictures of nature. I'm glad that you all also enjoy doing that with me. Appreciate that. That looks cool. Yeah, I like how the sky does that with the clouds and things. It looks like a like art. Like you just paint it with a paintbrush. I've noticed that. I've noticed that with the sky. Amen, Sarah. I'm glad all of you that are watching and listening. I really appreciate you all very much. What is my next goal? What is the next goal of my channel? My next goal is that I want to simply keep on posting the different content about the eclectic topics that I talk about. Yeah, facts, Manda. And I want to continue to bring in the different people from the greater spaceship, the other streams. It's called the greater spaceship. It's like an expansion, and I want to continue to keep on expanding. And I have some ads. I want to at some point. I'm gonna run some more ads for some videos. And hello, Bubbles. You come to say hello to everybody? Thank you, Amanda, very much. And yeah, so I'm going to continue to do the ads, and I'm going to talk about the news and things that's going on with these election stuff, and have some other videos about the AI the AI horror story. I'm coming out with the next addition to that, and more shorts. More of the shorts are going to come out. So the combination of those things I'm going to be doing, and just the channel, it's over time will just get bigger and bigger and bigger over time. Yeah, so those that's my goal about it, and I appreciate like the the watch time. Y'all are watching the videos and the streams, and it's really been doing great for the channel. So yeah, I appreciate that. Like I was thinking about that, like when I was watching the debate. 'Cause I remember 4 years ago, my friend codenamed Douglas, him and I were talking, because it was the last time I heard from him was right when the the incident happened in 2020, and I remember I knew him. That's when I talked about aliens and stuff with, because that conversations I had with him was the precursor of this channel. Like it brought all these people here. So, and then since then, I've done a lot. I've accomplished a lot since then. And I've learned a lot from my mistakes and different things that I did and things I succeeded at. So, and mistakes are really good because it was just a learning experience. So I did, I'm proud of myself for what I did, and I could have done this or that, but the internet's really cool because it's like being with all you in a room. It's like being you all in a room. It's like being, it's like real because the brain, like it. I don't know if it could really completely tell the difference, and it's cool that we could all communicate through the internet like this. Really fascinating. And I've learned a lot from all you. All right. So Sarah says, with AI being in computers and everything, great you keeping it going. Thank you, Sarah. Amanda says, you're doing great, Alien. Very proud of you. Wonderful content. Thank you, Amanda. And remember that you like the garden stuff. And I'm glad that I met the guy when, although I have ancestors on both sides that did gardening, I remember when I went into the hardware store, and I know my grandpa took me, and the guy, he's an older country guy, and he taught me about the planting and stuff like that, and I put that on YouTube and stuff, and people liked it, and I didn't like creating separate channels is fine, but I was able to put it all into one channel. I'm glad I was able, because I said I knew I could do it, as I took like tutorials and stuff about being a YouTuber and all. Like I went through like tutorials for, it's like 2018. I learned a lot of like tutorials, and they were like, "You got to make separate channels." I'm like, "How about hold my beer? I got this," and here I am. So yeah. So as I said, it's really cool, and also in with Google has done, and like in YouTube, which is like they're controlled to each other. Them with the good ads. I've great review about the way the ads worked and different things like that. Like I had a good experience with it because they wanted me to do it like a survey, and I didn't see the email as I was doing something with my family. But I don't even really check that. It's another email. It's not the email that y'all may know about. It's something else. But yeah. So anyway, I'd say good review, good service, and also it's been since 2020. I haven't grown sunflowers since 2020. I haven't grown sunflowers since Trump was still in office. And it was like, yeah, and I grew it again this time, and it's the new election. So I think that's a good sign. That hopefully the country, whatever happens, that it can become more united, and these wars and stuff around the world can stop, and everything can get back to normal. You're right on, SE. Latina, it's okay to write in all caps. I don't really mind it. Some people had some issues with it, but as long as you're not doing it, because I write in caps too in different chat rooms, as long as it's being done good-heartedly and it's not being done out of anger or something, you could write in all caps. It's okay. It's just the intentions. And also, thank you, Latina. I'm glad that you're proud of me as well. And also, seeing blurry. Let's see. It's funny. Right. Exactly, Amanda. Yeah, but Latina, you could write in all caps if you'd like. It's okay. And also, basically, I yeah, that's a cool one right there. That's a cool one. I like that. Yes, sometimes during in the law and crime chat and the trial chat over there, I write in all caps sometimes when I'm like dealing with people, or what I'm dealing with like the trials. We write in all caps for each other. No, I understand. It's all good, and I don't think anyone in here right now has a problem with it, so it's okay. I remember Latina. She was telling me one time I need to do more shorts. I'm like, yeah, okay, and I did it, and that was a great thing that worked out. And I like doing the shorts about the British literature stuff and the shorts about the those old stories and things are pretty cool. Yeah, I'm glad y'all like it too. It's like, you know, and I've seen like through different live streams. I've seen California and different things through live streams, and that's so cool. And also, I like the symbolic thing of my expansion, where like I know these people all over the country in these different areas, and it's like people are telling me to go to college and to do these different things. And like if I just some of these streams that in all these different streams that we do. Hello, Roan. Good to see you. Yeah, Roan. Yeah, yeah. I understand. Yeah, it's good to see you, Roan. Yeah, Latina. Maybe they have eyesight problems or they're older. That's possible. Now, some people, no one here, but some people get kind of like freaked out by all caps. I don't. I don't mind it. But like, it's okay here. Y'all could do it. Yeah, and you know, basically, but I understand, Rowan, what you're doing with the all caps, and also, and I expanded all over the place. And it's like, they want me to go to college, but my grandparents, they were like, I could do other things. I don't have to go to college. I could do other stuff. And I'm glad for their support and supporting that. They're glad that I would want to do something different than what everybody else is doing. My grandpa was different. He did roofing and stuff like that. His own company, and he he thought different, and that's a good thing to do. And people could do college and stuff. I think it's fine if people want to do that, and you have doctors and people that are in those fields need college. But basically, like I like how, as I said, if I would have missed one stream or something didn't go right in the time continuum, I could have missed some streams and never would have met some of you people. I remember, as I said, like say the Johnny Depp trial. Like I stayed for days watching a Johnny Depp trial at Independent, and I was there showing people that Johnny Depp wasn't like he was not guilty of those allegations. And then one day there is this weather problem, and it caused the bad weather caused Independent to go out. So I went over to Law and Crime, and then I met some of you people over there, And I met these different people, these different streams, multiple streams, and it's like, yeah, so the dots connect in the future, and you just gotta follow the heart and the passion, and there you go. Here I am. Yeah. So, and that's why I go, today I'm gonna do this, and like that's why like tonight I was gonna do the stream, and here I am, and I was very blessed, very blessed. How old am I? Okay. Okay. I am now 26. And SE says, "You're a smart dude, alien. I don't think college is worth it at all. Depends what you want to get into. Medical field, yes, being a lawyer or an engineer or something, but trade school is good too nowadays." Right, I understand. Yes, exactly. And also with the internet, you can learn a lot of stuff here too. Jeremiah 333. I like 333. Yeah, facts. And also, basically, I. It's true. Okay, okay, good. Yeah, but I think that, S, you're absolutely correct. And, some people thought, like, I was being, like, a clueless, or I'm being wasting my life here, what I'm doing. But people didn't know I had, like, a whole. I was like, I found this entire mine of silver and gems and treasures. Like that's basically like people that know it's like this like diamond mine right here of people to encounter. And also stories are good to have. And I think that even if you have like a story to tell, that's really interesting in itself. Because people like this story of me being a streamer and all, that's a more interesting story than a lot of people would have. It's like being a movie. Jeremiah 3:3.3. Call to me, and I will answer you, and tell you, and even show you great and mighty things, things which have been confined and hidden, which you do not know and understand, cannot distinguish. Thank you for that verse, Sarah. Amen. Exactly. Latina. Right. And also, that's why, like, what basically I'll say with the internet, you can learn a lot of stuff for free. And I think to some point, some schools are not even necessary anymore because you could just teach yourself how to do something through the internet. I've taught myself how to do a lot of things through the internet for free. So, like, the internet is like my trade school. Oh, yeah, I understand. Latina, absolutely. Oh, yeah, now we're at 58 views. And been streaming for 4 hours so far. That's funny, Latina. Yeah. Trade school, alien rules. Oh, another thing that I liked was during the Green Comet. I liked that time period. And there was a point where it was like I was looking out for it, and I stayed up until like the crack of dawn, and and I remember it came a couple of days later when I was walking around. I saw this green streak come across the sky. Thank you, Essie. Had to mod yourself. Okay, Essie. Thank you. Good night to you, sir. I'm glad I got to see you again. Okay, Roan, I understand. I'm glad that you're able to come and see us and tell us hello. I'm sure it was rough. Oh, I know, Amanda. I know. As I said, I didn't expect it. I would have had the one of the lights off, but like I saw this green streak go across the sky. It was very quick, and I'm like, "Whoa!" But it came by me a couple of days later because I'm below the equator, and I remember like there was a point right before it. There was some of the lights were off outside, and it was I remember the stars and stuff and the planets. It was very calm. I liked it, and I also like the idea of these. Okay, Roan. Thank you for coming. You know, and I remember I made the sound effect for the green comet. I did two of them because I always like the idea of these aliens, these like UFOs, and they're in space, and there's this green comet just passes by them, and it like illuminates it for a second, then it goes kind of dark again. It's fascinating to me about these little space critters and stuff out there, and I remember when I made this sound effect, and Amanda really liked it, and the other ones did too. And it was so cool. I like that era a lot. I like that time a lot. And also, I liked when there was the Titan sub when we were doing that one. I really enjoyed that and talking about the Titanic. And then we just didn't know what was going to happen. It was like we didn't know. I thought it imploded. We didn't really know for sure. And we were hearing the transcripts, and I remember I reacted to CNN and a couple different YouTubers about Stockton Rush, and I really enjoyed that as well. You know, that was really nice. And look up the green comet. I'm going to show you all. Yeah, facts, Sarah. Facts. Like, you know, look at that. You know, the green comet. And also, as I said, it's so fascinating with space and the different UFOs and things. When I was a kid, I was a little kid, I always liked these kind of things. And in my room, I have this thing where it's a it's a spaceship fan, and it has all the spaceship lights in it, and it blinks. It goes around. It blinks, different lights, and also I like that. So basically, it's like it's showing it, and you have all those billions of stars and things, and you have that thing just lighting by, and then you would have like some UFO fly by as well. It's very fascinating. Like that, for instance. Look how dark it is out there, and this thing just illuminates the way. I like that. With telescopes, we could look and view and see these things. 60 views. Wow, that's great. Oh, this is one of my favorite pictures of it. As I said, like the and yeah, 10 watching. Yeah, shout out to the 10 people. And like yeah, so thanks, Amanda. Thank you. And I'm glad that I met all of you, and you too, Amanda. And I'm glad that you enjoy it because it's like you know it's really so fascinating to like I imagine it, and then I put it into action, and then it like becomes and it's put out there. And I like the ambient space themes. I'm thankful for the programs the computer has in it to do that. Love listening to the sounds you create. Oh, very very cool. And Amanda, I like all those space emojis you put in there. I like that. It's very fascinating. It's very peaceful because I think space is very peaceful, but it can be kind of scary. Our planet gives off like these certain frequencies, like tweeting birds, and all the other planets give off like these ambient sound effects. And like when I created and I had to create it twice because I just really like these themes with the comet sound effect. I'm obsessed with these comet type sound effects, and I'm the one that like invented it, and like my interpretation of it. And basically, what happens is with the comet, I base it off of like when I was outside and it was like real dark and there was not many lights on sometimes, and I would be very peaceful and I would see the different plants and things, and that's what I would feel, and then I put it into that because that's what I assumed like an alien. So it's like an alien and a UFO going by, and it sees that go by as it's going through the space. So it's very cool, very cool. That's really cool right there. Yeah, that's another good depiction of it. That's the Mars and the Green Comet. Yeah, thanks, Amanda. Thanks. Yeah, thanks for all the likes and all the views. I appreciate it. All right, and then you have this to kind of go over the desert. That's another thing I like. I think the deserts are very cool. And you can see all tons of planets and stars there too. It's really nice. The desert sand, very nice. Yeah, see, it's like dark in space, and then you have that comet there. It just illuminates everything. And you have the different constellations, and you see how that comet goes by. Yeah. Yeah, lightning cutting through the dark. Yes. Let's see. The Dragon Comet. Okay. It's hard to predict exact brightness of the comet. Most tend to think it'll be around 0.0-1 magnitude on October 12, 2024. So on October 12, 2024, the comet will pass Earth. Should reach its peak brightness around that time. So we have the Dragon Comet that Sarah asked me about a couple of months ago, and it's going to come October 12th. That's really cool. It's a bright blue white star. White comet. Now, shout out to space. Yeah, so I think this one's really cool too. This comet, how it just, that one's a cool color as well. I like that one. Right now, we're just looking at pictures of comets and things. Yeah, yeah. I looked at them earlier. Yeah, they're pretty messed up. And yeah, it seems like the UFO. I saw something that said that UFO was traveling by a comet. That's really cool. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, this is pretty gnarly. Yeah, these are the foreign fish. It's like some nuclear waste happened or something. Like, what on earth? Got some cringe. Yeah, those are some big eyes. Latina says, yesterday I heard supersonic loud aircraft, but I could not see anything flying. I've heard it on cloudy nights too, sounding like thunder. Sometimes I wonder if the aircraft is invisible to my ears. Yeah, Latina, I wonder. I wonder. That's very interesting about this unidentified flying object you're talking about. Yeah. I wonder about what that could be as well. Because there's other things out there, as you know, and You know, it's very mysterious. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Yeah, this fish is menacing. You know, look at this one. Oogly. Scared. Yeah, absolutely. A fish with two mouths. Amen, Latina. Anything's possible. Yeah, Latina. Yeah. Creepy fish with human-like face found swimming in lake. That maybe that's something from the fallen angels or something. They created a creature. Maybe that's what that is. It looks like a human face. It's weird. That's my pigeon sound. Like a dove. Man, look at this ugly fish. Scared. Yeah, you got some nightmare fuel. And then you got this fish over here that's looking at us like we owe it money. Hilarious. Finally, you see Super D. This is another. Finally, I'm glad that Super D is here. Hello. Good to see you, Super D. And Latina says, speaking of such things, I wonder, can we, and is it possible we can send some alligators and crocodiles and other dangerous creatures to go live in the Rio Grande and rest of the border. Yeah, yeah, Latina. Sounds like a great idea. Super D, hope you're doing good, and glad you're able to join us. So I know the other time you, the other few times we left before you're able to come around and say hello. So I'm glad that the show extended because I talked about the topics a little while back, but I was just talking about some we're just talking about different things of the channel and the accomplishments have been made, and here you are, so that's good. Yeah, so right now we're looking at some ugly fish. It's hot over there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We're all getting hot. It's hot over here too, as I think you would know. And also we have this fish looks really yeah. This fish look like it's had has a hard life. It really has a hard life. Yes, Super D. I understand about oversleeping on Saturday. I can relate. And also, I would think that I understand sleeping within the afternoon. It's nice. And also, yeah, this fish it has like it looks like has a nose. It's triggered. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's real or not. It's a good question. It does look like him. It does look like him, Latina. Oh wow, wow, Super D, wow. Yeah, my uncle in England was telling me in Europe they don't have air conditioning, but he's an exception. But yeah, Europe because a girlfriend I had back when I was in school told me when in Italy they didn't have air conditioning over there and it was real hot. But I would hope that they would get some air conditioning over there because it gets hot sometimes. Yes, yes. That's gold right there. Yeah, the blobfish looks like he would be friends with Squidward tentacles. Yeah, absolutely, he would be friends with Squidward tentacles, and he would go and complain about his life because he looks real miserable, and they would go and talk about how they didn't strive to do their dreams, and they both play the clarinet, and it's like it's that guy that comes over sometimes to see him, and they both see SpongeBob, and they both just look at him like miserably. Ah, okay, Super D. Yeah, she told me about the buildings, how they were. He's saying Italy is okay because the houses are made of thick stone, so it's cool. The problem is concrete buildings heat up. Ah, okay. Yeah, thanks for saying the difference. Yeah, she told me it was like all the way up to the ceiling. It was like real narrow, and there's like a fan way up at the top. Yeah, thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Super D said Biden wishes he looked so coherent as a blobfish. Oh yeah, malarkey. Yeah, yeah. This fish looks more coherent than the malarkey. Yes, Sarah. Have a wonderful day. Thank you for stopping by. This is one of another friend of Squidward Tentacles right here, and also you have that, and it even has similar coloring to Squidward Tentacles. Yeah, it has some strange fish, and also I'm sure there's a field day that could be said about that fish right there. Super D says maybe that fish is this bad dude corn pond Biden keeps talking about. Right, right. Man, look at this. The blobfish. It's real. It seems like it's real. Yeah, this is a real thing right here. The Brandon fish. Yeah, everybody, this is a real fish. It looks like Kirby. Yeah. The smooth head blobfish, also known as simply the blobfish, is a deep sea fish of the family Cycroletidea. It inhabits the deep waters of the coast of the mainland Australia, Tasmania, as well as waters of New Zealand. Hilarious. Super D says they should sell candles in this shape so they keep melting away. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I can't believe this is a real fish. That's a Pelosi right there. Yeah, that's the angler fish. Hilarious Latina. I want to look at some pictures of. Yeah, shout out to the spaceship cats. All right. Oh, we got this right here. Look at this Latina. This one's real gnarly. Wow. This is like a prehistoric shark that's still in existence. The goblin shark. Goblin shark. Super D says an ice pick between the thighs actually works because it cools the arteries and the flowing blood. And also, Latina says it looks like my previous comment about cold towels and cold water was Google banned. Super D, I know. It's like, yeah, basically, actually, Super D, that the Goblin Shark has a really powerful bite, and also it can bite really really fast. Actually, it has a super force with the biting skills. Swishing through the deep sea, a goblin shark notices a small, yummy looking squid. The animal inches towards its prey, but as the fish closes and the snack starts to dart away. So the shark thrusts its jaws 3 inches out of its mouth. The jaw is connected to 3 inches long flap of skin that can unfold from its snout. The predator then grabs the squid in its teeth. After sacrificing down the meal, the shark fits its jaw back into its mouth and swims off. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. It's real quick too. I want to look up what its like cone is for. It's like a unicorn shark. Goblin sharks are a species of fish that usually live in the bottom of the ocean, along continental shelves or a continent's edge. These pink animals can grow 12 feet long and weigh up to 460 pounds. They have narrow snouts and fang like teeth, spotted mostly off the coast of Japan. Their name for their likeness to mythological goblins that appear in Japanese folklore. Yeah, Latina, maybe it was one of those things that talk about that was from the fallen ones, like some sort of experiment by the other beings, like those watchers and stuff like that. I know, and it's a very interesting creation for sure. Or maybe humans could have done it. It's possible, or it's possible it's you know God made a very interesting critter there. Super D says they look like something they would sell at a wet market in Wuhan. Scientists don't know much about the behavior of these rarely seen animals, but they believe that goblin sharks are solitary just like many other shark species. They also think the fish are most active in the morning and evening. These animals are likely sluggish creatures, which can make it hard to chase food. Luckily for the slow pokes, their special extendable jaws give them some extra bite. A goblin shark's top and bottom teeth are attached to ligaments or bands of skin tissue tucked into its mouth. When prey is just out of reach, the shark extends the elastic tissue out of the mouth to nab the grub. This allows the animal to chow down on snacks such as Tullos fish and squid. It also makes the shark one jaw drop fish. That's another picture of it. It's possible, Latina. Yeah, that would make sense. And look at all its razor teeth. There's like a cone on its head. Yes, correct, Super D. Yes. This is another depiction of it. Yeah, let's see the goblin shark. The goblin shark's most conspicuous physical features are the long snouts called a rostrum and teeth. The rostrum is covered with special organs that help these sharks locate prey in the low light of their preferred habitat by sensing the electric field created by other fish. Yeah, it's a very yeah. What's the nose for? Odors from the environment. Their olfactory system is unique because it is separate from the respiratory system. Unlike humans, sharks, and other fish use gills to facilitate the uptake of oxygen, while two nares or nostrils on the shark's head take in odors from the environment. Scared. So this is a perfect view of their teeth. Yeah, it looks like a monster. For sure, because it's like, I believe in space and travel and all, but we have a lot of strange creatures under the sea. Under the sea, alright. And shark, let's see. Joe Biden. Yes, it does, Super D. Yes. Yeah, and it's like in this debate, I'll say like his eyes was like real like wide, like he was like that those like sea creatures we're looking at. He's like, like look at these eyes, like, and everybody on that side, they don't think that the potato is competent to do the political stuff. I just look at him. It's like, what on earth? Like it's like extremely senile and absolutely pitiful. The whole world's watching that. A lot of cringe. All right, we got 70 views so far. Facts. Malarkey. This is we're gonna look at malarkey right here. Yeah, Super D. That's what some of the others and I were talking about as well. And also we feel the same way, and it was like wearing off. Yeah. Yeah, and they always like accuse, like, in my opinion, they accuse, our side of what they do. And I think that is absolutely, cringe, because I think, it'd be good for the country to, get along, and these wars that are going on around the world to stop, if that could be done. Because, if you have, like, these, I was talking about earlier, Super D, that with you got China and these Russia and these different places, but it's good for the West and America to have a strong leader to it's good you have that, because you have other people that might be up to things, and they'll do bad things like we see in our timeline. And inflation's getting really bad. In spite of what he's saying, it's getting pretty bad. When even CNN admits that he was terrible, he was terrible. Yes, absolutely. Because everybody on that side is like coming up with different things and saying that Kamala Harris said he wasn't ready, and he was a slow start. It was a slow start. That's what she said, and they're all freaking out over there on that side. Yeah, and I think they were pretty fair to Trump, and they gave him some good info, like, good to say his points and stuff like that, and asked him about the election and the other thing that happened last time. And it's like, highly, it's, and they always would call him a dictator and stuff, but it's like a dictator doesn't, like, you can't, like, they're not going to leave office. Like, they don't do that. Like, dictators, they stay in there the whole time. Like you see over in the other hemisphere. Like, it just, the things they accuse the side of doing, it's ridiculous. Like, if you want to have a safe country like everybody else, it doesn't mean that you're, fascism, in my opinion. It's like, but the other side does stuff like that. It's what the other side does. Alien spaceship. Why I find it hilarious to hear you say cringe. That word is just very curious. Latina, a lot of people have said that. People have told me, that they love the way I say cringe. I don't know. It just, it's one of the words I say, like, scared. It's another word that I say is funny. Yeah. Yeah, so shout out to the word cringe. And also, I think that it was an avalanche. It was an avalanche. We're exactly Latina. I agree. Absolutely. Yeah, that was a very interesting thing to see. It was a cringe show. Absolutely. And RFK, he had his own like virtual debate. Like, he's just kind of like reacted to what the two others were doing, and he said his own thoughts about it. Yeah, like, that's what he did. Yeah, yeah, like when he says China. Yeah. Yeah. And also, like, Trump will make different faces and stuff. that are funny. He's also funny. And it'd be nice if because remember, Super D was telling me how Europe has a lot of war. Sometimes they'll have wars in Europe over silly things, and they'll have wars over serious things. You know, I think that it'd be good for these things to stop, and to not like people try to encourage it, but it's good to there be more peace because people could fight over anything. The United Kingdom had problems with each other sometimes. You know, Super D says now I wonder if they're going to replace him for some reason. The Dems are very clear that they want to keep him. The leftist media wants to replace him though. Yeah, Super D, because they know they can see the difference between the orange and the potato. They can see the difference, and clearly, and they would think that somebody else would be more suited for it, but they insist on keeping him there. I don't know. It's like it seems like they're having a civil war over there, over this situation because they were freaking out. They're freaking out. People from the Obama administration were freaking out over it. Obama said he had anxiety about the whole thing before it even happened, and he's a little bit different now. Money as have I ever seen the miniseries Money as Debt? No, I have not seen that, but I'll look into it. Money as Debt. Thank you for the suggestion. That's a funny picture of the octopus. And I think Trump did very well. And they'll go back and forth at each other. Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, this octopus is something interesting right here. Yeah, this octopus looks like he's ready to square up. He's beefing. And the eye and all, that's basically what Joe Biden was looking like, with the eyes and everything, and he was ready to square up. Yeah, Latina, yeah. Yeah, they're hilarious. And RFK was triggered, and he was saying that it wasn't true, and that he had enough credentials to go there. And that would have been really funny to have him there. I think he should have been there. That would have been really interesting. And he got him pulling in there. Yeah, absolutely. This is just a hilarious show. Yeah, shout out to Octopus Salad. All right, Joanna, thank you. Yeah, Anthony Cease. Okay, thank you. Yeah, YouTube's a good source to look up things. Super D said, Trump did very well. I was afraid he would completely destroy Biden and come off as a bully to average people, but he didn't. He never interrupted Biden when he was making mistakes. Exactly, Super D. I felt that too, and that's why a lot of people didn't had issues with Trump because the way sometimes he acts, and also like I understood that you need, and I saw him like in like I'm sure you have too. Like I saw him in movies and different things. I didn't think he was ever like a bad person, but when he in politics and stuff, and this the position he had in his life, it's like he had to be real tough on people. And yes, some people don't like his personality, and it's good that he acted the way he did this time. Yeah, because that's a turnoff to a lot of people. A good point. Good point. Latina, I believe so. If I can recall correctly, yes, you're correct. Well, I'm glad the books are cheap. Also, that's good. And it just as we get closer and closer to the end of the year, my friends, it's going to be very interesting. And I hope to see that this country in the Western Hemisphere and everything gets better. Because America is a very powerful, influential nation, and it influences other nations and other circumstances around the world. So hopefully, it gets things just get clear up and gets better. And then hypothetically, and like I would like the Democrats to have a strong leader, or if there's like a strong leader on the Democrat side or the Republican side, the party wouldn't really matter. But in this situation, it seems like we have an orange and a potato, and the orange juice is tasting better than the mashed potatoes at the moment. And she says the crash of 29 and the Great Recession only got overcome by creating World War II. I have a BBC doc on my channel with almost a million views. That's really cool. That's really cool. Thank you for sharing that with us, Joanne. Super D says, I feel like RFK's biggest problem. I'm about to sneeze, everybody, at some point. Okay, I think I can do this. Okay. I feel like RFK's biggest problem is his speech issue. He sounds ill even though he is healthy, and it's not his fault, really. A problem for a politician. I was thinking that too, Super D. I was thinking that as well. And basically, with the voice and all, I do think that would be a problem for him to, do the presidency with the voice. Yeah, I agree. And it isn't his fault. In my family, back the JFK, his uncle, they liked him a lot. They were different back then. The Democrats, they're very different. And yeah, my family liked JFK. Super D says, I feel like the USA is really lucky that most other major powers are huge dicks right now. So even with a weak leader, they seem more likable than China. That's why most Asia is pro US. Thank you, Super D, for the shout out to the United States. And you're right. You're right. We don't have it as bad as them over there. And a lot of people in those countries do like us. In Vietnam, the country of Vietnam, said how they would be on our side against China. And it's good that America, and I like the American system, like I was saying earlier. Remember when, like, Obama, there was he was talking to Trump, and there was like a peaceful transition, and they would have these, like, the presidents would meet the new president. And I like the peaceful transition of power, and that they can communicate and be diplomatic. I like that, and I like the American system, and it should, stay that way and be preserved, because these other countries, we don't need to be like that. Super D, you're exactly correct. Exactly. Because even Joe Biden wasn't like that back in the... Right. It's just something... These radical groups came in and twisted around because, I have some of my relatives that were that back then. And, they were nothing like this, like what we have today. No. Pro-American, pro-Christian and all. And it's like, it's solely different than the current generation of them. You're absolutely correct. And also, Joanne says, the BBC Two documentary, 1929, The Great Crash, 29, Rome Bahodril, 965k views. Nice. 2k years ago, and then YouTube stopped all views. Oh yeah, you wonder, we're talking about the censorship and stuff like that. It's like they don't want people to know certain things. Yeah, posted 10 years ago. Yeah, I understand, but it got quite a bit of views. And Super D says, Japan, Vietnam, India, Philippines, and South Korea are all the USA side against China. Yes, that's true. That's correct. And I like the encouragement, Super D. I like the encouragement. That even in spite of the situation with Potato and Cringe, it's still a great nation. And many people say on the different podcasts and things look at it's still the greatest nation, and I do agree. And I am optimistic about America in spite of the situation. But it is good that we have those other Asian countries on our side. And, the Prime Minister of Japan came over, and he was talking about how, there's America's ally. And that's good because America, at one time it had some problems in World War II, but now we're allies with them, and it's good. And you're right. And it's a good thing that America's like that. And it's just the Chinese and what they did and all, it's a bad system, in my opinion. And it's a fact, because you could see the difference of the different outcomes. And I do think that there's, just people in this country. I'm glad at my age I was taught correctly from when I was a kid about how things are supposed to work, because a lot of people my age think that they want what the other group is doing, like in China. Like, they'll think that's a good system, but that's not true. And, like, my country, who I am, and all my ancestors were like that on both sides of my family. And I'm like an oddball to these other people because the education really let people down. But people are waking up now to see what's going on. People are waking up now, and they're seeing that things are not as they thought they were. And the groceries are more expensive, and there's a lot of stuff there's nefarious that's going on. So it's a wake up call, and it's good that we have those other country support. And Super D says you also have to keep in mind that other countries have much bigger problems than the USA. Canada is encouraging their own population to get euthanized. You're right, Super D. You're right. And that's really messed up, and that's very creepy. And, because no matter what, if we have a potato, we have the orange, or even some of those strange fish that we saw a little while ago. The flag still, the United States still stands for freedom, the flag, and they can't take that away no matter what. And I'm glad that I'm here in this country, because my relatives from different parts of Europe left and came over here, and I'm glad that they came here. And my father was just on a vacation, but I'm glad that from that line I came here. And also, and he came over here temporarily, but basically, like, I think that it's good for America to acknowledge that, and for you to tell me that. I'm glad that you are explaining that to me and the others here. And I think that we have it pretty good. Yeah. And Super D says the problem with people liking China is that when you only do superficial Google searches, you only get Chinese propaganda. If they really researched, they would hate the Chinese system in every way. Exactly, exactly. Because, they're the victors, and they write the history books every day. That's what they do over there. And they just give them propaganda and lies. Because dictators, they free themselves, they enslave the people. And Joanne says, one needs to know the fiat money system. Yeah, amen. If you understand it, then you know what is happening. I am still talking from 1929 to 2024. Facts. Facts. Y'all have been saying excellent things. Because it's like, that's why I think, like, gold and silver is real currency. And the fiat currency is like, yeah, it's paper. Like, in Germany, there was a situation where they had the hyperinflation, and it costs like a wheelbarrow to get a loaf of bread or something ridiculous. And America had a problem too with it. Oh yeah, but I think that the fiat currency is yeah, absolutely, is cringe. Yeah, and I think, like, because people use gold and silver for thousands of years, and people thought they had magical properties and stuff. But we've talked about that on here before. Actually, one of these, like, late night streams, like Super D and I, we've talked about the precious metals before on here. And also, and another thing that I do is I try with my fellow Americans, I try not to be too divided politically, that even people that have different, like, views and stuff, I would like to try to be united with them and focus on common things, like the trials, for instance, and let everybody could come together and focus on the American justice system, like those trials that I watch. So all these different people come together and on a common thing for the American system. And I think that unity is strength, not division. And it's good to have civilized discussions about different opinions. And because sometimes people could just get too out of hand. And Super D says, in the Weimar Republic, they would burn money in ovens because it was cheaper to burn the paper bills rather than buy wood. Exactly. Exactly. Because they printed so much, and they printed so much, it became irrelevant. And it just is not worth anything. Latina says, I think it helps if we start being more cocky about things, because I know the tards on the left are very arrogant, cocky, self-confident when they are actually just imbeciles. Exactly, Latina. It's the Cougar Dunning effect. They think they're really smart and all, and know all these things, but they're actually retarded because they don't realize, they think there's like a part of the spectrum to go up, but it's down, that their intelligence is down. Exactly. Absolutely. Super D says, I don't like demonizing people with different views. They're often times more misguided than evil. exactly like Ronald Reagan said that our liberal friends are just they're misinformed. Very good point. Joanne says, "Welcome to the Matrix. You want the red pill? Take the blue pill, and the story stops. And no, I am not Neo. I am the architects." Morpheus. Correction, Morpheus. Yeah, I know about that. I know about the red pill and the blue pill and all. Yeah, I know about that. A lot of people want to just live in their shell and they don't want to see the truth. Woke up from a micro nap. Yeah, hilarious. I remember I have some relatives that were from Germany, and well, I have relatives like so. My mom's side, the one I get the German name from is from the male line, and he was one person, and he left because Germany had problems in the 1800s, and he came over here, and his relatives were like saying that they wanted some they wanted him to send money back there, and they were like angry he left, and times are rough. And this is over 100 years ago. This time period, he would have been alive 100 years ago, in the 1920s. He came here in the 1890s. So 100 years ago he would have been, and that's when he was communicating with the people over there. But it's been over 100 years, obviously, and he spoke broken English. His name was Wilhelm. And then through my mom's, then his, my grandpa's mom's side, there's these people that were from Missouri that were German too, and their last name was Pfister. But they were like people that came here at some point. They're like Americanized. Yes, they are. Absolutely. Yeah, I know about that. That's really cool. Yeah, facts. Yeah, my grandma named me. Yeah, facts. Facts. And yeah, the story of Hansel and Gretel. Yeah. And also, I remember like sometimes some of the people like they will have problems saying my name, but like say like in the have like like the in the area, a lot of people could say my name. It's like a black area. Like some of them don't know the like they'll say Hansis or Hanson because they're not familiar with the name. They're cool people, but they're just not familiar with the language. Being misinformed when he she doesn't know won't hurt him when in actuality what you don't know can kill you. Yeah, or real German Hansel. Yes. Yeah. And yeah, Hans is, as you know, Hans is the short version of Hansel. And also Super D says, by 1890s, the German Empire was established and it became a bit more stable. Chaos went down during the German revolutions of 1848 and 1849. Yeah, because thanks for saying that, because it's like he was over there and they're having a lot of problems, and also there was a potato crisis. There was like a food famine. It wasn't Ireland, but it was Germany. It was Germany, and he came over here, Yeah, he just came by himself. He just had enough of it. Yes. Yes, absolutely. I know it's a common Dutch name. I'm related to them also. And yeah, because my grandpa, he really likes the German heritage, and he really kept close to that, and goes all the way back to there. And I learned about it as a kid, and that's why I was interested in my heritage and stuff. I'm not against other races or groups or anything like that, but it's cool. Very hardworking, good people, and I learned a lot of stuff when I was young about these different things, these history stuff, and as I got older, and here I am. And it's good that the Germany eventually got a bit more stable. I'm glad it got stable because it was having problems before. Yeah, and I like the because of like the it's a melting pot in America. There's all kinds of different groups that came in. I did know that. Fun fact: in Netherlands it's Joanne, but in the Netherlands it would be Johan with an extra N. Johan. Johan. Yeah, very interesting. Super D says didn't last long because World War I happened a few decades after. Yeah, yeah. Actually, during World War I, my German ancestor that was here in America, he was attacked and he got like assaulted, and he had a piece of his face burned because he had a German accent, and they thought he was a spy for Germany. So it's like, I mean, they talk about the Irish and these different groups, but some Germans weren't really all learned like too much because of World War I. And then the thing that came afterwards wasn't really. It was even worse. The other war was even worse. Yeah. And also, oh, really Latina. That's unfortunate. And my father's side's from England, and I'm related to different ethnicities from Britain, and also that side's related to things from also the French and Italians. Both sides of my family are mixed with different European countries, but both sides are. But my dad's side is German too. Your name would be Johann. Yeah, the more N's, the better. Yeah. Oh, and Super D said, in World War I, the Brits established a new slur for Germans, Hun. Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Yeah, because I don't, because we're all like Europeans and stuff, and it doesn't, we don't need to have all this against each other like that. And yeah, Super D, it's very unfortunate at that at time they were like that. And it is ironic. I have an ancestor from my British side that fought the Germans in World War I, and I wonder what he'd think about his descendant having a German name because his descendant, his great grandson, my father, didn't have anything to do with my life, so it's kind of funny. And how what he would think that he had a German name, but I'm also related to the Germans as well. That's why I have a German name. And Super D says the origin of the slur comes from Hun speech, which Kaiser Wilhelm II held in 1900, where he told his army to completely destroy the Chinese Boxer Rebellion. Yeah, Kaiser Wilhelm. I know about him. Yeah, and I remember I was reading something that he was trying to get Hitler to reestablish him as the Kaiser, and he was writing him letters, and it's like, yeah, he supported him and all. He wanted him to be back as the Kaiser. Right, Latina. Right. Yeah, and also, the inflation and stuff that happened. Journey wasn't too good. No, it has made the situation worse. Super D says when he was exiled, Wilhelm's hobby became chopping wood. Despite having a crippled arm, there exists a video footage of him chopping wood. Well, that's interesting. He liked to chop wood. I think that basically that's really it's something I didn't think about. They do. He likes to do some work. Yeah. By the way, Johannes comes from the Hebrew Goshan. The name means gracious gift of God. That's what my name. As we have like a variation of the same name. That's what my my name also means. Yes, facts. We have a variation of the same name. It's a really good name. Yeah, Latina. Facts. Honey Lives Matter. And also look at some honey. Yeah, shout the honey. Yeah, it's all the same name. Yes. It's cool to have different variations of different name. The same name could have different variations to it. It's really cool. Super D says it really baffles me how physical lifestyle of world leaders used to be. Ted Roosevelt and Abe Lincoln loved to wrestle, and even the European aristocracy enjoyed stuff like chopping wood. Well, I think it's really cool, and my grandpa to this day still likes doing things, and they're kind of old, so it's kind of hard for them to do stuff. But yeah, it's different how they did things back then, and I'm like that. I'm old fashioned like that. I like doing things, and I was reading about what Abe Lincoln did, and it's good that they did that, and just as people now and things now just real different, and I think that when society progressed, sometimes they want to abolish old traditions, but sometimes those old traditions weren't too bad. Sometimes they're pretty good. So it's good to adapt and to the time period, but some things are just good to have for eternity. I hear the birds chirping out there. Yeah, yeah, shout to honey. And my ancestors from Germany that came here, he liked he was a beekeeper. He liked bees. He was a good worker. He died kind of young. He had a heart attack, and he spoke like broken English. But he's a cool dude. Shout to him. Exactly, Super D. I agree. I absolutely agree. It's really stupid seeing King Charles with a ceremonial sword when he most likely wouldn't even know how to use it. I agree, Super D. I totally agree. It's very different now than they used to be. Yeah. Like my uncle over there, he doesn't like them either. Yeah. And my third name means steward of the court of heaven. And its number is LO666. And my official Latin third name is Lude Ithacus, the basis name of Lewis. You know, the person, the people that lived in this house before I did, like back in the 50s, and like before 2000, like the year 2000, their name was Lewis. Lewis used to live in here, and his father was named Lewis. That's pretty cool. A very interesting. Thank you for sharing that. Super D says that was always a problem with the Chinese emperors. When Emperor, I'm gonna butcher this, Puyi, China became a peasant. He didn't know how to tie his shoes or brush his teeth. Oh my god. And the reason why almost all French kings are named Louis. Right. Oh, I agree, Latina. She says our English sucks in USA. Modern English seems like the street tard version of our founding fathers. Absolutely, absolutely. Super D says Alexander the Great fought the front lines of his own battles. Imagine Joe Biden or Xi Jinping fighting in a war. Facts. Burn. Roast. Roast. Absolutely. World leaders are totally different now. They wouldn't do that. They go have other people fight their own wars. They don't fight it themselves. Yet he says his number is not 666. And my whole name is three more names, so yeah, need to add those to my number. Yeah. Oh, absolutely, because I have older relatives and they sound more closer to the British than like the modern people do. Like there's the accents are a little bit different as you go back in the past. Yes. All right. So I'm gonna be wrapping up the show, and so we're gonna say our final words before we get off. And I'm glad that you all came, and thank you all for coming here. And this has been an amazing stream. We've been streaming for 5 hours, and I'm glad that Super D was able to come here and chill. And we got to have some conversations about these things. It's very important. And also, Johan says the title of the Pope, Vicarus Filii Dei Vicar, or Steward of the Son of God, the number Latin, German 666. The office title of the popes they gave themselves. I am into shit names and banking and wars and so much as I am into trials. Yeah. I'm into that stuff too. It's a very interesting topic. And, it's interesting conversing with you about these topics. I'm glad that you came here. We're chilling and talking about it. Yes. I had 3 hours of daily sleep during your live and woke up and kept chatting. Well, that's awesome. I'm glad that you enjoyed the stream. I enjoy learning from you and these different conversations that we're having. I appreciate it. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you. You too. And everybody here as well. All right. Yeah. All right. And here we go. Okay. You all have a blessed, amazing weekend and great week. And see you all in the next one. Peace.